Now we may have trouble on the track.
Over in turn 2.
Got one in the wall, and that's the number 7 that's come to rest over there, Danny Edwards Jr. And with him goes Stevie Reeves, who had come out of the rear of the field. Stevie Reeves, number 96, that was running in the 36th position, and the 7 up in 10th spot, Edwards. And the nose on that looks just like the nose on the 29 of Hermes Sadler after he collected the wall in the last 5 minutes of practice prior to qualifying, Ned.
That was Elliott, Hermes' brother, that crashed in practice the other day.
Tore up the car so badly they had to go to the reserve car. Only got a lap and a half of practice on it. Came out and still qualified in the top dozen. Stevie Reeves in trouble as well, buddy.
You can see Stevie Reeves moving around inside the car. That's always a good sign. That means he's wanting them to come over there and hook the record to it and see if they can go back in and fix it, most likely. And yeah, it's good. Well, you can see they got a little contact there between that was one of the Crow brothers got into the 96 there. Stevie Reeves turned him around. I don't know what happened to 7. He wasn't in that particular frame there.
Well, you can see that contact made back there in the turn. And then the 7 car, let's see, he's coming into the picture, I thought, buddy, but he wasn't. We'll keep running here and see if we can pick him up. I'm sure that everybody put their brakes on.
Randy LaJoy getting a low tap. See, LaJoy had checked up.
That's exactly what happens on the interstate or anywhere else.
And Jimmy Spencer has a problem.
Got himself in the wall, turn 2. Spencer, who had qualified well for this race. This would be his 7th start of the season and was hoping to really get this one wound in. He wanted to be here, loves this racetrack. Told me yesterday, he said, hey, this is the kind of place where I can really go. Well, he's gone.
Couldn't get traction. And see, the back end hits the wall right there.
And along comes the front end right into the wall. You can see the black marks on the wall as he went by. The right front got in pretty hard also.
So Jimmy Spencer out of Berwick, Pennsylvania, not going to enjoy his day here in the warmth of St. Louis, Missouri, Addison County, Illinois. Second caution of the day. Ooh. Smoked that one into the wall. Jimmy Spencer in 2 as the leaders come by, and there you see the 63 that is in trouble, and that's Tracy Leslie.
Yeah, Tracy Leslie, you can see he's gotten into the wall really hard with the right side there. The caution is out.
3rd yellow of the day. 3rd caution coming out to Tracy Leslie. Collects one here up in turns 1 and 2.
And Dale Shaw might be happy to see this caution. He had dropped back to 10th, which is not too bad. But, of course, if he comes in next to the top of your screen, he just lost it and backed it into the wall. Then the front end comes around. He got up in that loose stuff you were talking about,
Exactly,
buddy.
Ned. You could see the dust flying out from under the tires as he started to lose traction there.
Dirt track driver told me you had to stay in. You got trouble in the back straightaway. 1, 2, 3 automobiles. 4 collected.
I see Robert Presley's in it. He's up against the outside of the back straightaway wall over there. That's Lyndon Amick in the 35, turning around.
Lyndon Amick out of that team Amick. They had their problems in qualifying and made up for it.
There's Robert Presley right there in the 47.
Robert Presley badly torn up. He took the brunt of this one. Lap 62, caution is out again, and it's in this critical turns 1 and 2, which is tearing up.
He just got up in that loose stuff that Buddy was talking about. Slid sideways, and then others coming on, hitting each other, and what, 3 more getting involved.
That was Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 31 in that scrape. Phil Parsons giving us this picture.
Yeah, he was back at the back of the pack, so he saw a lot of it and made a good move. There he's changing those gears, but that was to get out of the way that time.
Dale Jr. took a lick. Not a thing he could do. There's the 47 breaking away. There's the 31 coming in, the white and blue car. And they're going to take some time and try to blow off some of this stuff that's come up out here, this aggregate in turns 1 and 2 before we get going. CBS Sports coverage of the 97 inaugural Gateway 300 will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
Yellow car of Shane Hall.
The back end gets loose there, Ned, in the middle of the corner. You can see him going up, hits the outside wall with the right rear, and then the front comes right back around.
There's no saving you once you get in that position. Nathan Bucky has coasted into the pits. He has trouble on his car.
Dick Trickle, turn 2, continues to gobble them up.
Here. You talk about getting out of shape. Now, buddy, he's in trouble right there. Gets it. Whoa, you can see the black marks on the left side where it takes a bite.
Buddy, what do you do with a throttle with something like that?
You do what Todd Bodine did. Watch him really save. That should have been a wreck. I'm going to tell you what, had he not been a young, aggressive young man, he would have eaten that wall up.
Coming back down the main straightaway, Nemechek. I think we've got another caution in the making here. They come to the stripe. No, it's staying green, but here you see that 35, Amick. He's had some trouble, and he's coming in. He's skated up to the wall.
Yes, he has. He'd had some trouble earlier in the race. He made a pit stop about 5 laps ago.
And Todd Bodine, he's going back up into the wall there. You could see it vibrating long before he got there.
Yep, couldn't help it.
Make that the 8th. That is the 8th yellow of the afternoon, and it comes at halfway.
And the man in second place in points, Todd Bodine, in trouble.
Meanwhile, the car.
Whoa,
wait a minute.
Help here. The car down underneath.
Buckshot Jones.
And they make contact, and Todd gets up in that loose stuff, and into the wall he goes. Just nothing you can do about it.
Ned, I have to speculate that he had a flat tire after the contact there, because we did see a lot of vibrating inside the car before he
track. Nemechek right back to the garage area as the retiree list continues to build. Craven is out. Legacy is out. Petty, Fishline, Presley, Earnhardt Jr. among those that have retired. And now Nemechek. Here's Dick Berger, Steve Park making their move, and that number.
They hit that wall pretty hard.
And you are right. Lucky he didn't collect. This is turn 4.
That looks like a replay of what happened to Nemechek. He got just a little bit out of the groove and right into the outside wall.
Excepting this time, that was a lot of damage, because it looks like the rear end is pushed way over to the left side, and that's not good.
154 was the lap mark when Buckshot Jones slapped the wall in turn number 2. Trying to get you some pictures of just how hard he got into that thing.
Well, there he is. Got his right wheels up in that loose stuff that we've been talking about. Once he got there, there was nothing in the world he can do. There we see the tail end of it. He spins around. Who's that, Shane Hall down on the inside?
That's 85 there. Shane Hall was very, very lucky not to get swept into that wreck.
9th place, Shane Hall. So we'll take a commercial break. Buckshot Bodine is 41 laps behind him, and there you see the 77 Brad Teague in the wall. Brad Teague clipping the wall in the 77. That's the 11th yellow of the afternoon.
He was running in 19th position. He was still on the lead lap.
You see him sideways there, getting around, just barely touching the left side. That's a flat left front, and I would say the right front was damaged.
We've got trouble. That looks like Phil Parsons. Yes, it is Phil.
Yeah,
and that's a hard one.
It is hard. He has a lot of damage. You can see on the front of the car. As Phil, of course, he's okay. He's trying to get going again. He don't know how much damage he has. Oh my goodness, he's third in the points. You can see all that damage on the right front.
12th caution. Trying to find anything.
There's sometimes you wish they could see what we can see up here, right?
Well, let's see if we can see what happened. There's the blue car, Phil Parsons, getting up high and wham, into the wall hard. Chapman behind him. He slides up into the wall as well.
From Phil Parsons. Hold on.
He's a little high right there. You can see it get out of control. Oh, man. Yeah.
Turn 2.
I'm glad I'm not a race driver.
Been there, done that. It hurts.
You get time to zig, but in turn 2, not to zag. CBS Sports coverage of the 97 inaugural Gateway 300 continuing. 208 laps complete. After a look at Steve Park, and as they come to green, look at Labonte in the 44. It's happened again. The leader is Snakebit. Bobby Labonte stuffs one in the wall, and I think there's another two in front of him that have also been collected. How about Steve Park?
He had just come into the pits, made his last pit stop, and yes, there is damage to that Chevrolet.
Steve Park with damage on the number 3, Bobby Labonte. Hey, who's going to win this thing? This is going to, they race back to the line, and Elliott Sadler leads the way with Dillon second, Sawyer third, and LePage up to.
As you say, he goes down in the corner. You see he gets out of there's Park going down in the corner there. Looks like he's out of trouble. Bobby Labonte bouncing off the wall there.
You wonder if he might have had a tire, right front tire, that was down, and he didn't know it until he went into that turn, and into the wall he went. Now we'll see Steve Park come into the picture. There's Bobby Labonte up on the racetrack, and there's Steve Park coming in there hard, right around him and hard into the outside wall.
Labonte had led 41 laps. Park led 21. This is no longer a question of a provisional start into second place.
Oh,
and there's another one in the wall. That is the 72, and make no mistake about it, Mike Dillon is going to bring out a flag. He has thrashed that one.
Oh, that's too bad. Had such a great run going here today.
Oh, there is nothing left to the second corner. There's nothing to hold on to. There's
same old story. Get that those right wheels up in that loose stuff. And Sadler did bump the wall. I thought he did when he came off. That was before, but on the lap before.
What he did was a great job of driving. He got sideways coming off that corner. If he had any contact at all, it was very, very minor. But you can see he's still in good shape there. Car is not hurt.
Look at Keller closing. Look at Keller moving through turn 4. It's going to be a race to the finish. It's Keller down to the inside. Elliott Sadler puts the hammer down. He's going to win it by about 2 car lengths.
Well, he almost took it too easy on that last lap.
Yeah, but I tell you what.
Oh, is he going? Is he going? It's gone. No, it's not.
Say hi. Say hi.
Sorry, I was.
You okay, Greg?
I was at the ballpark there for a moment, and caution is out.
We're okay.
So you heard his spotter.
Yellow's flying. Keep coming. Maybe you beat him to the line. Be careful, though.
4th caution of the day.
As soon as you can.
You heard Greg rear bumper. What happens when the truck gets up real close behind you? The air leaves your rear spoiler. It goes to that truck behind you, and that's what happens. You get loose. It's real tricky.
So Greg Biffle tried to mark McGuire the turn 1 wall, and well, as they say, he got a piece of it.
That's not a good thing in motorsports.
Nope, but Ron Hornaday is there, just 2 truck lengths back as they go into turn 1 for the final time. Hornaday inside, not quite there. Pirelli pulls him down the back straightaway.
Got one more corner.
And Jay Sauter is close. If either driver misses up, Sauter will be right there. Final turn, final lap. Hornaday right to the bumper, trying to loosen up Rick Corelli, and he slides up the hill.
He drove it in a little extra deep to get on that bumper, and that cost him next in the corner. Looks like Corelli's going to be able to hold him off and get that long-deserved victory.
Rick Corelli scores his first win of the season, and the second of his Craftsman Truck Series career. First win in 63 starts. George Schillinger, team manager, is going to have go right. Trip we're looking at, the open wheel ace. He lost a little bit of, well, looks like could be the front valence.
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Out of Fredericktown, Missouri. Interesting, Ned, the two oldest drivers in this field are Scott Hansen at 43 and Perry Tripp at 42. They're the two.
On the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Ralph.
Just so you know, that was one of the key points in the drivers' meeting, to keep this thing green for 101 laps and go racing after that, as I'm sure you probably figured out already.
Yeah, how about if I lead to the idea of the weather and have you update that?
That'd be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was rear bumper cover instead of a front valence.
Okay.
But
Yeah, must have been.
Kevin Grubb. And they trade a little sheet metal right there, and around goes Fedowa.
Two-time winner this year on the series is Tim Fedowa in the car number 33. You can see the damage to the back end of his Chevrolet. He keeps going, and no caution yet.
I think he was a victim, Ned, when those two cars banged sheet metal. He might have checked up, and somebody got into the back of him. And that
A couple of cars get together from the outside, and the yellow car almost hits the wall, and Fedowa was right in the middle of that, and I think he got tapped.
the yellow car was David Green. Fedowa got slammed from the back by Curtis Markham.
And the 64 car.
Yeah, that's
Markham. He has a lot of damage to his car. So
Yep. Well, that's what sent Tim Fedowa around. Back up his car. Car in the wall. Turn 2. Hard crash. And that's number 50, Joe Buford, the driver out of Nashville, Tennessee, who took down the track title there this year. Very aggressive, charging young driver. And he's going to put some fluid down as the caution flag waves.
Yes, he is. You can see there's damage to the left rear. Looks like the left front tire is flat. It just breaks loose with him and back into the wall. I couldn't see another car getting involved with him, Mike, but it was in the second groove, and back end just broke loose.
So we're just past halfway, Ned. 106 of turn 2. One car has smacked the wall, coming off the corner and hit it hard. Lyndon Amick.
Yes, he has. He has damage to both sides of that race car. You see a lot of smoke where the fender is rubbing the tire. So this is the caution that those guys said they expected another one. And sure enough, here it is.
Let's see what happened to Amick's Pontiac up there in turn 2.
He's down on the inside of the Ed Barrier car, number 77. And the back end just breaks loose on it. Buckshot right behind him in the 00 makes a good move.
And let's show you from Mike McLaughlin's car.
He's looking up ahead, and he sees the car starts to spin. Which way do I go? The car's going up, so I go low and get on by.
Ned, what might have happened? Might he have turned too sharp to keep from hitting Barrier, or lifted off the gas to keep from sliding up into him?
Well, I would say that he maybe turned a little bit sharp, plus the fact that when you get in a situation like that going into the corner, a little bit of air is taken off your spoiler. You don't have as much downforce on it as you normally would have if you were there by yourself.
Fifth caution of the day as Lyndon Amick takes his car back to the garage area. And the question is, turn 3, hard in the wall is Kevin Grubb. You see Earnhardt waving off as the caution comes out, and the right side contact in Grubb's car and left side with the wall. This will bring out our 6th caution of the day at lap 142.
Kevin had a good run going here today, unfortunately, and involved in that too is Eric Jones in the car number 70.
Jones starting his first Busch Series race. Grubb at age 20 and Jones at age 21 among the Generation Next. Let's show you first from inside Mike.
A couple cars get together, and there's the 43 car of Grubb going sideways.
And here's another look at the aftermath.
And here's the 70 car of Jones.
And let's show you real time how little time Mike McLaughlin had to react here. When you see that big puff of smoke, that means there's contact.
He slows it down and sees the car spinning to the outside. Tim Fedowa almost involved in it.
That's a wide lens, which doesn't show you how close he got to getting into the back of Phil Parsons.
Really?
Outside St. Louis. Matt Kenseth is now 3.3 seconds back. Jeff Purvis has fallen to 8.6, and he may fall into the clutches of Andy Santerre in this final circuit. Tony Stewart holds off Dave Blaney by a narrow margin as Earnhardt rolls it off into turn 3.
And if he wins this race, he'll have a 102-point lead, and it looks like he will.
37th career Busch Series start, 7th victory for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Matt Kenseth comes across the line in second. Jeff Purvis for third. Fourth, Andy Santerre, and by just one car length, Tony Stewart holds off Dave Blaney for the final spot in the top 5.
Blaney will finish 6th. LaJoie will finish 7th. Shane Hall will.
Well, he was sparking before it. I wonder if he lost that right front tire.
I got to believe he lost the tire there because he had a lot of sparks coming from underneath the truck. Let's listen here.
You could hear the pop of the tire. You saw the sparks fly immediately.
And wow, I mean, but Andy did a phenomenal job to really just keep that truck under control. That hit, not as...
We'll find out when we come back. Indictment of Thunder is coming your way from Indianapolis. Mel Kenyon Classic, the MCI WorldCom USAC Midget Car Series, tomorrow on ESPN2 at 8:30 Eastern Time. And for more information, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, go.com.
I think there's the jam truck is spinning.
Yeah, we've got a caution out. Oh, Rob Morgan has made contact. The 46, the Axiom Ford. There's some debris floating around on the track there. Boy, just as you said, they needed this race to continue to go green. The caution comes out, so that will allow all these trucks that needed to make a stop to get that stop done here on lap number 130. We have 30 laps to go. Fourth caution of the day. Oh, contact. Looked like Randy Tolsma may have got into him just a touch.
Well, Randy had made a green flag pit stop on lap 124, so he stopped about 5 laps ago. And Randy was back. Saw him running side by side with Setzer. Look at Compton getting very sideways off turn 4.
White flag is out. Compton says, Mike, sorry, buddy, going to take the position back from you, and he does. So it is Biffle, 2.1 seconds ahead of Dennis Setzer. Then it's Sprague, and then you've got Compton in 4th, and there you see the number 2 of Mike Wallace in 5th. Final lap. Coming through the final turn for the final time. St. Louis is the gateway to the West. Well, it could be the gateway to a championship for Greg Biffle. He wins round 19. Oh, contact on the wall. That is Wallace.
Wallace, big contact with the wall. Maintains that position. Does maintain the 5th position behind Compton.
And look at the 66 of Mike Stefanik coming home in 6th.
Dylan in the 59 with the gutsy move. Man, I was holding my breath on that. I had trouble getting through that corner in my rental car, and problems for Fuller. We showed you Fuller running high much of the lap there.
Phil Parsons also
Phil Parsons' problems in the Alltel Monte Carlo. So Fuller was running in 19th, Parsons in 25th. And we've got caution on the speedway at lap number 5. So Jeff Fuller and Phil Parsons. And there's Phil taking one of the infield road course routes. Watch what happens here. Let's see.
Okay, that's Fuller right there in the green car.
Looks like he got nudged from behind by Todd Bodine in the 66.
Matt Kenseth just does go by in the 17 car.
And Raines in the 74 spins. And Phil had nowhere to go in the middle of all that.
Boy, when Fuller turned around there, Matt Kenseth was in between 2 cars and almost got taken out. That would have been big on his points race.
So all of this taking place at lap 5 and 6. Continuing around is Jeff Fuller as cautions come early here at Gateway. Looked like Todd gave him some help.
Hear me?
He went around so quick,
Yeah,
I really I couldn't say, but I did see Phil Parsons.
Y'all
I
want me
had
to
to
go?
say something.
Yeah. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the NASCAR. Yeah, Glenn. The Gateway International Raceway is being brought to you by the more than 2,500 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts. All right, can we take a look at that again?
Boy, he was right in the middle
I
of a
want to see
sandwich
if Todd really did spin him, and if not, I want to correct it.
Y'all open us up. He's got some damage on the left rear corner there. It's pretty significant, too. Glenn, we heard you just start the report.
Watch it again. Watch it again. Let's see if Todd hits him. Let's let it roll. Let it roll a second.
No.
Oh, I think he did, too.
Well, look right there, though. The 37 got into Kenseth on the left rear corner.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe Todd might have nudged him.
That's Kevin Grubbs that got into him.
Yeah, Grubb.
Grubb.
No S.
No S. Grubb, as in Grubb.
Was there a driver change in the 44?
That's a handsome looking.
Caution, caution.
Caution. There it is. The 40 car.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Blaney. And Miller. Not Blaney, Loney.
Loney.
Dave, the tire's okay right there? Well, I'm starting to push 4 and 2. I think I just trying too hard, and I kind of pushed the right front off a little bit.
Do we see what happened?
As good as it was. Okay.
Now the big question is whether they'll jump into pits right now or try to ride until 1 to go or something. So just get, I don't think anybody can go halfway.
Under caution here at Gateway International, that is Brad Loney's car. The channel lock entry of Butch Miller was also involved. And there you see the damage to the right rear of Brad Loney, who had that superb top 5 finish, which will include, I'm sure, the battle for the lead here at Gateway. It'll be Inside NASCAR tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on TNN Motorsports. Ned and Steve and Stephanie Boyd-Durner. Uh-oh, tough break for Curtis Markham. Caution is on the speedway. He was running in 22nd spot.
Right rear tire down on the car. You see it flapping there as he's trying to get going again. He's down in the grass on the bottom part of the racetrack.
Caution is at lap 134. Take a look at what happened here.
Oh, he got a little tap there from Adam Petty in the 45. And
another
then a
tap.
Real tap there. Adam Petty hard up against the outside wall there. That had to damage his car quite a bit also.
Adam Petty, Curtis Markham, tangling lap 134. And we are under caution for the 4th time. Dale Earnhardt Jr. had taken the lead from Nemechek at lap 131. Now, Adam came down pit road too soon before the pits were opened, so he will have to rejoin the field at the tail end of the longest line of traffic once the repairs are wrapped up.
Eli, that car is really, really damaged.
Yeah, that's the least of his problems.
I'd say, yeah.
Now remember, Curtis Markham has an onboard camera. Let's see what he dealt with here.
Right about there. Makes me love my job, I'm telling you. I've been there and felt that before. Watch Adam Petty hit him right there and really hit him hard in the left rear corner.
And you saw those two guys in the foreground saying they're coming our way. Let's get at him.
Closed down about 15 car lengths in the past 5 laps.
Randy LaJoie's last lap, 129.9 miles an hour. That white machine up front there, the 34, Mike McLaughlin, dealing with the 66 of Todd Bodine and the 13 of Ted Christopher. Trouble, Mike Dillon. You heard the spotter say the problem is behind you.
Caution flag.
And the caution is out. Lap 158. And the leader is Dale Earnhardt Jr. ahead of Nemechek, Atwood, and Randy LaJoie. Mike Dillon. They're still holding Mike Dillon. Now that final lap expires, and he gets the green flag to proceed. That'll drop Dillon back 4 laps down into 32nd position as Hank Parker Jr. goes way wide.
Yeah, he lost control of the car there, slid up, but I know Casey Atwood was glad of it.
Caution! Oh, major problems. Kevin Grubb heading towards the wall. Jimmy Terry Labonte spins. A host of other cars involved. This is out of turn 2. Shane Hall in the 43. Ted Christopher. Earnhardt Jr. does take the caution. Kenny Wallace, you see, tried to get a lap back, could not. That's Kevin Grubb. You see him moving around. Dick Trickle has a lot of problems there in the Schneider trucking car. Now, when it happens in a hurry.
Ted's got a lot of damage to the back of the car, but it does not look like the running gear part of the car is hurt that badly.
All of this at lap 164. There you see Kevin Grubb climbing from the car. Ted Christopher had a super run going. He was in 11th, but he got caught up in that deal. Let's take a look at exactly what happened. Oh, we saw Grubb and Christopher go right past our camera. There's another view. Look at Santerre go to the grass.
Yeah, right on the bottom there.
Let's see what happens here. Well, it's already going there.
Santerre in the grass. He was real lucky he didn't spin back up in harm's way there.
Well, let's take one more view again from our speed shot camera coming off the corner. Saw Trickle get a piece of Christopher, and we are under caution for the 6th time tonight. Adler won the inaugural a couple of years back. Matt Abernathy has the white flag in hand. One more lap around Gateway.
Boy, the crowd's going crazy, too. They really like Dale Earnhardt Jr. in this part of the country, and they're waving and pulling for him as he goes down through there, and they also like Randy LaJoie. I didn't mean to imply they don't.
It'll be Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s 11th Busch Series win in his 61st start. He'll also pick up 5 more bonus points for leading the most laps. Very valuable atop the battle for the Busch Series point standings. 4th win of the year, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to victory lane here at Gateway International. Randy LaJoie finishes 2nd. Nemechek, Reed, Keller, Kenson. That's how they come across the stripe. Glenn Jarrett.
I got Tony Uri here if I can stay away from the high fives. They're congratulating each other. Tony, you had to come from a long way back from 18th, but another solid performance by the young man.
Yeah, his crew chief put him in a bad spot there at the wild line. We had a little wrong gear choice and got a little loose on the end down here and bogged her down. That killed it at the wild line, so had a bad run there. Ron Hutter.
Just contact with the outside, we're assuming the outside retaining wall. Tried to get a word with some of the crew members as to what happened, but they are feverishly working now, hammering on the left rear side of the 86 truck. Doug George is also getting some assistance, of course, from the Super Guard, Citgo Dodge crew members and trying to get this, oh, it's bad. Very disappointing. He's going to have a lot of tire rub on both of the rear tires of the 86 Royal Cola Dodge.
Well, last year he finished 17th running in this race, and here is our look at Joe Ruttman, and he is moving up. He has already gone 10 positions up to the 20th slot, and so
it was only 2 or 3 seconds behind. Now this is Andy Houston. He's got a tire rub on the right front, so he's.
The Cat Reynolds Chevrolet has got a flat right front, and that is Houston's radio. He's on the back straightaway right now. He's going to have to try and fight his way over to get into the pit lane entrance.
And boy, he is throwing rubber everywhere.
Oh boy. So a bunch of debris now on the back straightaway, and this may force NASCAR to go to yellow, and that's going to just kill Greg Biffle.
Watching the flag stand, Roy Selby does not have the yellow in hand. So Andy Houston makes his way around, but look at all that. I mean, that looks like a piece of metal back there, but
that's well to the inside. You can see how far away the trucks are, and even if you put 3 trucks across.
Dave is at the 60 Cat Rental Chevy pit. He's coming your way, Dave. A lot of right front damage now caused by that flat tire.
You bet, Marty, and he's flinging rubber out as he comes along. They called for 4 tires. They asked him as he came on pit road, do you have brakes? And he acknowledged that he does. So as they go onto the right side, 1 can of fuel in already. Catch can man holds it in.
Well, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race, and he is in control of this one. This time by, the margin is 7.4 seconds. And Jack Sprague just has to take it on home, and I can't believe the left side tires made it.
Well, you know, that says a lot about the way Jack Sprague drives this truck, because if you were overdriving it, if you weren't smooth, you're going to run those left side tires off.
Coming through turns 3 and 4, this is going to break a tie that he has in the win column. It'll move him into 2nd place in the all-time standings with victory number 17 at the Ram Tough 200 by Pepsi. Jack Sprague is your winner. 2nd place is going to go to Jimmy Hensley. Randy Tolsma will come across the line in 3rd. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll talk to our winner in Victory Lane here at Gateway International Raceway.
I know we say this quite often, but we've got trouble on the back straightaway.
Off the tight number 2 corner, you've got caution all across that area. You see Tom Hubert in the 20 coming at you. Ted Musgrave is driving the car behind him, the channel lock machine. And caution out for the first time at lap number 2 for a multi-car incident off the number 2 corner. There's Lyndon Amick, who is caught up in that tangle as well, and he's got many, many problems. So Amick, Hubert, Ted Musgrave. Yeah, you know what happened to the green and white machine. Jason Schuler might have checked up.
Lyndon Amick was in that also, and he was in that very first tier there. The 77 car there was also involved. That is Mike Wallace.
Right, Mike Wallace driving the Lear machine here this weekend. So a number of cars caught up in the first thing itself out, and now there's problems. Problems up in the corner turns 1 and 2 again, narrow up on you. That's Rich Bickle in that yellow number 91.
Yep, Bickle was running so well in practice and all. And Fred Wanke was the crew chief on that car. He came up here to help.
Right.
And I know they're very disappointed to be out this early.
They brought with them, and you see a lot of steam coming out of the number 58 of Mario Gosselin. He and Bickle getting together up there in the corner. Fred Wanke brought his entire Dana Dodge Racing team. Rich rode up a bit.
Yeah, well, the front end took off, and he just made contact. Gosselin hard in the outside wall there on the driver's side.
Watch him again there.
Wow. That's hard contact. Bickle hits almost head-on going into the wall there. Too bad. Both those cars had great expectations about the race tonight.
So some pretty good attrition early. Though Rich Bickle is okay, you see.
And he just told him, don't make a mistake now. Run your lap. You have it made. Don't make a mistake. Don't give this race to somebody who didn't earn it.
Kevin Harvick will lead 5 times tonight for 111 laps. And he will become the 2nd rookie to win this season. On the NASCAR Busch Series, Kevin Harvick is the newest winner in the NASCAR family here on the NASCAR Busch Series. Purvis will come home in 2nd spot. Here comes Todd Bodine across the line in 3rd. Jason Keller will finish 4th. You see Jeff Green, that yellow machine coming to the checkers right now. He'll finish 5th. Ron Hornaday comes home 6th. Joe Nemechek 7th. Then Kenny Wallace, Kyle Petty in 9th, and Elton Sawyer in 10th. That is the top 10.
Slipping up across the racetrack, pancaked the wall on the right side. Then it's brought out the first caution flag today here on lap number 26.
You see the guys trying to pull the fenders out. Here's a look at what happened. Just gets a little bit loose coming off the corner. Tries to save it. And actually does save it, overcorrects and gets makes pretty hard contact with the outside wall coming off turn 2.
Well, they had high hopes too. Charlie Long, the crew chief and engine builder on that team, they really were coming together in practice, so a tough break for them.
See if they've made some changes to that truck, if he can stay up there.
And here we have Willie T. Ribbs that has spun again over in the grass off of turn 2. Same place he spun a little bit ago, and that will bring out caution number 3.
No hurry, caution is out. Who hit me?
Lap number 82. And the caution is out for the 8 truck, Willie T. Ribbs.
Sounds like Willie feels like there was some contact there.
The 72 just barely nudged you, Willie.
You hear his spotter talking about Jimmy Hensley said it just barely nudged him, but that certainly wasn't intentional on. I think we're going to look right in front of this big group right here. You see Corey Gibbs in the 20 truck slow down. There's the 72 right behind Willie T. So I'm sure knowing Jimmy Hensley, that was certainly incidental and unfortunate and contact.
Willie, so just calm down. Everything's fine.
Yeah, you don't find more of a gentleman. They call Jimmy Hensley Gentleman Jimmy. So there is the guy they're chasing, Ted Musgrave.
That was a good
Ted Musgrave. And of course, by winning from the pole, Craftsman puts up $10,000 for the crew. Craftsman win from the pole bonus, thanks to the fine folks at Sears Craftsman. So Musgrave is less than a half a lap away from winning the lion's share of a $508,000 purse plus $10,000 from the folks at Craftsman.
One more corner to negotiate, and it's all his.
That's the way we do it now. Great job, Teddy. Great job, guys.
And Ted Musgrave takes the win in the Rams up 200.
That sounded like.
Boy, thank God he kept it on the bottom. It looks like he was going to come back up the racetrack.
Caution out, turn 2. Caution.
Mike Chase, the former Winston West champion, taking that ride over from Rich Bickle. He's not replacing him, just substituting as they try to find some secrets to that. Chase, who made a name for himself out in California.
Boy, he got loose real early in the corner for some reason. I don't know if he got a little tap or something, but gets it down right here is where it could have gone. If you see him lock it up right there, that was a real good job. If he had not done that, it would have climbed the hill and been more wrecks going on.
Caution is out here at Gateway. Tacked with the wall and is off the track. Do not see a caution flag.
Boy, he's got a pretty badly bent right front wheel. He's pretty badly bent left rear.
Now it's out. Caution is out as Larry. And there's Biffle, who is now putting Shane Hall down another position.
Oh, he hit.
My! Biffle and Hall make contact.
And that was a big contact, too. That wasn't just a rub there. That was a big hit, and I don't understand why. They were side by side, and I think probably Biffle wanted by left front in the wrong direction.
Caution out, turn 2. Caution
Oh,
out,
big
turn
trouble. 40-3 has hit the wall big
That's
time.
Jay Sauter. Jay Sauter with a great qualifying run here. Started 7th. Had such high hopes for this race tonight, and they've ended as he's gone into the wall. Sauter will limp down around the racetrack now, and we are under.
It's a little help from behind. Sure enough, we see a little car tap there. Can't get the number on the car that hit him, but around he goes. Big hit on the wall right there. Now it broke the radiator, and that's, you see it right there, flooding the racetrack. That's the reason for the caution. They're going to have to clean that mess up, and his day is over.
Jay Sauter with 5 top 10 runs this season on the.
Turn 2, caution.
There is caution. That is Mike Chase, his second spin of the night. And caution waves again here at Gateway. On lap 167, and I don't think Mike Chase is going to drive away from that caution flag.
This time he didn't keep it out of the fence.
Parts 250. Can Jason Keller make a move?
Here he comes. I don't think it's enough, though.
On the backstretch. Harvick. driving determined.
Come on, that's the way to do it, Tiger. Come on. They're all around. There you go. Good job, Kevin. Good job, two crews. Good job, everybody.
Wife Delana with a hug.
Great job, guys.
Stan Boyd, I think, over there. The green and black truck.
Michigan driver Stan Boyd loops it around and brings out caution for the third time today. Here on lap number 42.
You know, Doc, we obviously documented Rick Crawford's problems with an oil leak and having to make all those pit stops to get it repaired. He worked his way all the way back up into the top 10. Back there, looked like Larry Gunzelman, the 63 truck, slowed, and Stan Boyd ran right into the back of him. Not a great deal of damage, it doesn't look like, to either truck. Both of them got back going, but I think neither one were successful in trying to remain on the lead lap.
Stan Boyd, the NGK spark plug Chevrolet. Battle for fifth position. John Wood making a move inside of Dennis Setzer. And Setzer will take the spot. And here comes Wood battling back on the final lap as the white flag waves. And they are right in front of our leader. There comes Terry Cook in the number 29. Terry Cook, the Power Stroke diesel colors for K Automotive. Bob and Kay and Ron Keselowski. And Terry Cook, at 33 years of age, out of Sylvania, Ohio, will win at Gateway International. Cook finds the gateway to victory lane.
What a terrific job by the whole Keselowski team.
Todd Bodine, inside wall. And the caution flag is out.
I talked to Todd and Rambo this morning, and they said that they changed everything on that car but the steering wheel. So they had no idea whether they were going to be hero zero, if they went forward or back. Underneath Ashton Lewis, it looks like he may have just...
Like it just got away.
Yeah, it just got away, and it's hard to tell at that angle whether the car was really tight and he had the steering wheel turn too much and it came out around, or the car was loose.
Another angle on it here. That's the back end of it.
Yeah.
Where the back end gets messed up.
You know, the one thing they did do, they put a shorter A-frame on the left. Ashton Lewis Jr. up in the walls in turn one.
And has wrinkled up the back end of that car pretty good. Ron Hornaday with his hand out the window there.
That means already these guys are feeling the temperature. You stick your hand out the window there, you got driven into by that angle.
See it again just to double check, but I believe it was Christian Fittipaldi who was the one that was running here in 1997. Uh-oh, Kerry Earnhardt with troubles. Caution is out. Johnny Sauter on pit road as the yellow waves.
He'll probably keep on going.
Chased it.
At least he chased it off the wall.
Yeah. And got away with it. And he's still on the lead lap. Back in 14th position after a pit stop for some fresh tires. Got 16 cars on the lead lap. Greg Biffle had a 3.4 second lead on Ron Hornaday until that yellow flag.
He's got some white walls on the right side there.
That's not a good place to be.
In the marbles. That's too bad. They had a good run going.
You had the best car. Final lap for Greg Biffle. Trying to put one away for the Cat in the Hat. No doubt watching up in New Hampshire as he gets set to see his Winston Cup teams run tomorrow. Biffle has an incredible record over the last couple of months. He's finished 8th or better the last 8 straight weeks. 3 second place finishes, 2 third place finishes, and now it'll be his 3rd win in that time. Off the corner. It is red and black in victory lane. Greg Biffle wins at St. Louis. Ron Hornaday led 141 laps, but he's going to come up in second. Almost 2.
Caution, got
caution out. Oh, we got a crash up there. 3 involved that I can see.
One of the Menard trucks, it looks like.
I think Bill Lester also involved in that.
Big back end. Really short in that one.
You got me, guys. There's nothing I can do. I don't know what's up.
The 07 of Ryan Hansen.
Can we run?
Yeah, you heard Lester right there.
That was Lester talking.
Will not start.
Oh, yeah, he got the 07, got in the back of the 8 big time, and then he takes the 33 in the wall with him. That was a big impact for the 33 as well. Paul Menard's truck went in forward really hard. Riding on board. Hate this. Well, they got together with Paul Menard right there.
The 07 Ryan Hansen here comes into the screen. This is his first ever NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series start. And there you see what happens.
That didn't look like a gentleman move.
No, he took him out. Big time.
Caution, got
caution out. Oh, we got a crash up there. 3 involved that I can see. One of the Menard trucks, it looks like.
I think Bill Lester also involved in that.
Big back end. Really short in that one.
You got me, guys. There's nothing I can do. I don't know what's up.
The 07 of Ryan Hansen.
Can we run?
Yeah, you heard Lester right there.
That was Lester talking.
Will not start.
Oh, yeah, he got the 07, got in the back of the 8 big time, and then he takes the 33 in the wall with him. That was a big impact for the 33 as well. Paul Menard's truck went in forward really hard. Riding on board. Hate this. Well, they got together with Paul Menard right there.
The 07 Ryan Hansen here comes into the screen. This is his first ever NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series start. And there you see what happens.
That didn't look like a gentleman move.
No, he took him out. Big time.
Lewis with an 0.8 of a second lead, and that's held pretty constant over Stacy Compton.
And Mike, I want to add that the race last year was run under the lights. Late in the evening, so again, a lot of these guys are looking for the right chassis setup for this May race. People might say racetracks, hey, daylight dark, what's the big deal? But there is a big difference. Later on in the year, it has a lot of effect as far as the racetrack is concerned and the grip you get.
Ashton Lewis Jr. has led every one of 7 laps when they come around here at Gateway. Caution waving. The Charter Pipeline 250. There on the flag stand, just behind the yellow flag, that's Tony Twist, great winger for the St. Louis Blues. He waved the green flag to start this race, and having such a great time, he's not leaving the flag stand. It was Kerry Earnhardt, however, who spun to bring out the first caution flag of the day, and it comes out of lap 11. That's what happened to Kerry.
Was going down into turn 1 and 2. We saw that so much yesterday. Just the car washed up into that
room under Ashton Lewis, but it's a long way to go when he drops in line.
Right there, that's where Ashton Lewis seems to be the strongest, is picking up the throttle off the corner. He's just strong enough that Stacy Compton just can't get underneath him.
Matt?
Mike, that's exactly what his crew chief and brother Charlie Lewis told him under that caution. He says, it seems like that you are not quite as good as the other guys in the center of the corner, but you are killing them, getting in the gas sooner up off the corner.
And that's definitely where you beat people, is getting off the corner. But I'm going to tell you, Ron Hornaday, he might have been good just after that restart, but he's back losing another position back to Jason Keller, so he has kicked him back to 4th.
Shane Meal, you'll see almost.
Whoa.
Not almost. He took the paint off the wall.
Didn't hit the wall, just the paint.
He shaved it.
Did you call that a close shave?
That was pretty close.
Telling you.
Look how good Ashton Lewis is right there up on that straightaway. And again, I think that's a product that he's
trouble
coming off the corner
turn 2
in 3rd gear.
And it's Sauter.
Johnny Sauter in the 21 car. Caution is out.
Looks like everybody's going to get around without further incident. They're going to run back to the flag.
Look like Johnny Sauter, he will get going, so he will stay on the lead lap.
Second caution of the day comes out of lap 20. Watch the 21 car.
It looks like he just couldn't get back to the throttle, and he had to check up a little bit, and when he did, Kevin Grubb in the 26 got in the back of him.
Sauter lost his forward bite.
Boy, Scott Wimmer, the 23, just gets by. A lot of cars. Right now, he is 1 1/4 seconds behind Mike Bliss, but that's just to get back on the lead lap. So he needs to run hard here, at least get back on the lead lap.
Just past halfway in St. Louis with the NASCAR Busch Series as Mike Bliss tries to put Scott Wimmer a lap down. Caution is out for the 3rd time at Gateway. Randy LaJoie out of his car, walking around, waiting for Ashton Lewis Jr., the pole sitter, to climb out of that car in the middle, and Coy Gibbs. He is the 3rd car involved, in the back of Gibbs' car is destroyed. Watch the right upper corner of your screen, and those cars will come into view. Right there.
Last yellow. And you know, here at a place, there's not that much give up from fresh tires to older tires, but it just gives the driver more drivability of the race car. You can move the car around more, and it'll just stick better with those fresher tires.
So Wimmer moves up to 9th after those 2 pit stops, 4 adjustments, and fresh tires. And Bodine, little problem there. He gets ganged up on by Kerry Earnhardt and Mike Wallace, but they get separated out.
And I believe something has happened to Kenny Wallace's car. I believe that's Kenny Wallace in the 99 car, because he's just lost about 5 or 6 positions. Something's bad wrong. He's just creeping down the front stretch.
Oh, we got trouble on turn 2 right there. Right in the middle of turn 2. Got a car around.
Casey Kane in the wall. Caution is out for the 6th time.
Casey was running in 11th position, had those fresh tires, and he was definitely working his way through the field. It's almost like the approach rate with those fresh tires was getting him in trouble.
Well, he was right there with several other drivers right there racing really hard for position right now. So probably got together. That may kind of contributed to him going around like he did.
Shane Meal tried to get a lap back from Mike Bliss. I don't quite think he made it. And we'll see how scoring saw that one. But Casey is moving around, about to climb out of the car. Let's see what happened from Stanton Barrett's point of view.
As they come across the line, 2 to go.
What a shame.
Yep. And Larry, this could be a product. We talked about it and documented earlier that Stacy Compton was going to be one of the guys who was going to be shifting more than anybody else. He was really going to keep his engine up on the high end of the RPM, so it may come back to bite him today.
Well, that is a big break for Scott Riggs, because Compton was eating Riggs up.
Yeah, Compton just loses another position to Jason Keller, and looks like also Brian Vickers and Bobby Hamilton Jr. will go by him as well. As looks like the white flag is out for Mike Bliss. 1 lap to go. Mike Bliss, he's slowed down. He is slowed in the middle of 1
No.
and 2. He's out of fuel, guys. He's out of fuel.
3/4 of a mile from his first Busch victory.
And Scott Riggs is barely going to get by him. He's out of fuel. Scott Riggs, all he's got to do is make another half a lap. But he's got David Green coming in a hurry in that 37 car.
Riggs had to slow up because Bliss was weaving back and forth trying to get fuel. So on the last lap, Scott Riggs is going to wheel it off turn 4 with David Green filling up his mirror. Surprise!
Big problems. Rick Sanders in the 72 gets spun around.
Talking about pushing, he got pushed around by the 50 of John Wood, look like.
Our first caution comes out at Gateway International Raceway.
You could just feel it coming, Phil, couldn't you? That turn 3 is so difficult. You know, if a guy is slow getting in there, it's hard for him to keep it down, and everybody starts jamming up.
On this racetrack, can you almost feel like you're too slow in the center of the corner because you have to slow down so much entering it?
That truck, the 72, now the 50 of John Wood, he wants to go. The 72 is just extremely slow, and you know, he can't help but to run over him.
And he's trying to stay out of the way, and John Wood's wanting to get in the throttle and go, and the 72 just never got on the throttle. Watch another view of it here.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit slow getting back to the throttle, and John Wood was trying to race Mike Skinner, who was on the outside of him.
Yeah, and I got to put up for John Wood in the 50 there. It's not where he just wanted to dump him. He's racing these guys on his outside, and he's just wanting to keep his speed up. You know, he tries clearing around now. But this is a good sight. I mean, there's hardly any damage on the 72 truck. I don't think there's any.
It's very narrow on the front stretch, too, for him to spin around and not hit the inside wall. That's a great. Here's brand new invention right here. We always talk about the pit road flagman. Well, NASCAR now has a new...
Whoa! Problems. We've got Carl Edwards and Mike Skinner getting spun around.
That was a situation, Kenny, maybe he should have let him go. Carl Edwards on the inside, the truck on the inside, always loses air off that rear spoiler, always gets a little bit looser on the inside. I think that's exactly what happened.
You know, me and my friend Kenny Schrader, I would say, Kenny, I knew you was going to wreck. And he'd say, well, how come you didn't tell me? I wish I'd have had a radio right then. You just knew it was going to happen. I hated that it happened, but we called it just because of the way they were beating and banging on each other.
Got a flat left front tire on Mike Skinner. That's probably where they made contact with Carl Edwards. Kenny, let's take a look here and see what happened. Remember, going down in turn number 1 here. There they are, side by side. Watch Carl Edwards. See if he doesn't get loose on the bottom of the racetrack.
Straight into him.
Yep, got a little bit loose, had to chase the truck up the hill, ran into Mike Skinner. What does Kenny Schrader say, 8 tires are better than 4?
Yeah, Bobby Allison always taught me that. He said, hey, if you're on the inside, I got 8 tires. But the problem there nowadays is that you can't beat on guys like you used to. These radial tires and the cars are so stable, when they let loose, everybody goes around.
Guys, how
going in turn number 3, that's Carl on the bottom of the racetrack.
Could he be out of fuel right now? No, he's got
he's going to spin.
99. The Super Chips Ford 99 of Carl Edwards gets spun around. Wow. No caution has come out as of yet. Carl Edwards back on the racetrack, and it looked as though he was trying to get on pit road, but missed the entrance. And so now he comes to a stop just inside of turn 4, and the caution flag will fly now.
Hey, this is what we were talking about. It's going to smoke up, right? Here we go, right there. He wants to get in, but he sees the grass, and he knows that he can't ride around another lap on that right rear flat.
Kenny, this spin is going to be a real break for him, though. He will probably lose 1 lap, but had he made a green flag pit stop, he probably would have come out 2 laps down.
Wow, what aggressive driving. Look at this. He thinks he's at Eldora on the dirt, high, wide, and handsome. No, this is what's great. He gets it straightened out, and he's going, well, I got a pit. Now watch this. Well, he went sideways through the grass again. Very aggressive driving.
Carl Edwards seeing his problems continue. Kentucky, they broke the flywheel, and now problems with the right rear going flat.
Pit road is not open yet. There's the flagman. There's what do we call the Martian?
We call this the Green Martian because it actually has capabilities of turning on a red light. But this is the Green Martian. Wow, look at the intensity.
Sponsorship on this truck, they would love a win for the 15.
Oh, no, the 16 truck. This is Jack Sprague.
Problems flying out of the back of the 16 and into the wall. Jack Sprague goes. He broke.
And the caution comes out. That's going to put Bobby Hamilton right on Shane Meals' rear bumper for probably a green-white checker.
Wow, check this out. Right here, right front flat. The tires deteriorated, went into the wall, couldn't control it, come down and slam the left front.
Yeah,
wow.
Look at the way the left front's pointing right there, Kenny. So he has got some serious damage to that truck. What a great run going. What a tough break for Jack Sprague.
You know, this is a really tough break for Jack Sprague, but we owe it to all you fans to remind you, right aboard. Now the tire's gone. Now the right front tire is deteriorating. He has no control. Let's listen. He hits the wall because he cannot steer it. He can't drive it.
Yeah, it's one thing for a tire to go flat, but when it comes apart like that after running flat for so long, that's the result.
Yeah, and let's not be quick to judge the Goodyear tire. He might have run over something. His tire adjustments might have not been right. But regardless, he blows a right front tire. And only right here on Speed do we bring it to you live like that. We have a total description of what happened because of our onboard camera. That was incredible.
Jack Sprague climbing out of the 16, obviously very disappointed. Was looking for a great finish at Gateway to help him move up through the standings. He was in 7th coming into this race.
And let me tell you something about Jack Sprague. He is a very
green-white checkered in the Truck Series.
Look at Shane drive to the inside. He wants to make sure Bobby doesn't drive to the inside of him. Got a great start. Look at Bobby go to the outside.
This is it. This is it. Here we go. It's incredible.
Side by side as they come out of turn number 2. Bobby Hamilton on the outside. Shane Meal on the inside. It's a drag race down the backstretch.
Kenny, he told us he couldn't do it on the outside.
But we knew it's not over. Shane could drive. Oh, caution flag.
Caution flag flies as we have problems in turn number 2. 1 and 2, it looks like Terry Cook having problems in the 10 as well as the 12 of Robert Huffman.
We did not get white flags, so we will have, maybe for the last time ever.
That's Terry Cook, and it looks like Chase Montgomery in the 8 gets into the back of Terry Cook. He goes spinning up. Terry Cook into the wall. Chase Montgomery is able to save it, stay out of the wall, but you see the 12 of Robert Huffman getting caught up in that, and Robert had a great run tonight.
He sure did. With career best finish last week in the top 10. And
a lot better start for Shane Meal that time. Bobby Hamilton tucks right in behind him as they work their way into turn number 1.
Ooh, Shane got a really good start right now, but here he goes again.
Bobby drives to the outside. He pulls up beside him again, Kenny.
My gosh, this is incredible. They're beating.
Oh, they hit the wall. Bobby Hamilton up almost on 2 wheels and into the wall. The caution's going to fly again. Chad Chaffin will move into the top spot.
But we haven't got the white flag yet. We will have another green-white checker.
I knew it was going to happen. I drew the picture. I said, your leader is a young kid. You got the veteran on the outside. They are still wrecking as we look at
Bobby Hamilton right now is wide open. Wide open. Turning into Shane Meal.
Okay. Bobby Hamilton can't see anything right now. He's got smoke flying out of that truck. And like you said,
he's got smoke coming out of his ears, too.
Okay, the Ford truck, what Phil was saying is we've seen this. The Ford truck got wrecked. He got run up in the wall.
Flew at Gateway.
Oh, we see what happens. Shane Meal gets sideways and loses it.
Yeah, it was not a situation where he just tried to drive Bobby Hamilton in the wall. He was doing all he could do to try to keep the lead, and he got sideways and ran out of racetrack. He and Bobby Hamilton made contact. Bobby almost got upside down. There's where you see Bobby's trying to make sure that Shane gets his truck off the racetrack and out of the way.
He doesn't want Shane to gain any positions. But you know what? As upset as Bobby is, you can hear the motor wound up. You know, we looked at that replay. We got to give that 15 truck, you know, a round of applause for
Setzer in that Chevy 46.
And it isn't over. We got a clean start. Let's see if the Bobby Hamilton racing truck of Chad Chapman can win the race for the boss.
Into turns 1 and 2. Chad Chaffin with a pretty comfortable lead over David Starr, and now Starr reels him back in as they go down the backstretch.
Chad gets off the corner pretty well. Look at David Starr.
Whoa!
Oh, got another crash.
Here we go again.
Up on the side. That's the 14 of Rick Crawford sliding sideways down the backstretch.
Oh, Lord.
Unbelievable.
Andy Houston and Rick Crawford getting into it coming out of turn number 2, and now the safety crews will immediately get out and try to take care of the 14 of Rick Crawford.
Now what we're facing here is a decision. I mean, this is incredible. We cannot get the race finished.
What's nice about that truck right there is Rick Crawford is a very big guy, but these trucks have you see him moving around there. You see him standing up in the truck to climb out the passenger side. These trucks have a 59-inch roof height versus a car that has a 51-inch roof height. There's a lot more room in these trucks than there are in cars. So Rick was able to get out. He's popped right out of that truck. It's great to see him okay.
Yeah, and he was literally standing up inside the truck, very dejected. We have got this really tight off this corner. Wow, same thing as what we had just a minute ago.
Almost a carbon copy, exactly. Andy looked like he might have got sideways. He forced the 14 of Rick Crawford up into the wall. Rick climbed over the right rear corner of Andy's truck, and there you see Rick sliding door side down.
Wow, I mean, this is incredible. But, you know, in our sport of NASCAR racing, this has been the hottest debate. Green-white checker. Okay, here we go. 2 car on the inside. 2 truck on the inside of the 14.
They're both getting into the gas.
Loose again.
No room.
Yep, saw him wiggle a little bit. He had to drive up the hill to chase it. When he did, Rick Crawford was there. They ran out of room, and this is the result.
Well, first of all, you want to say Andy Houston run up into him, but he gets loose, and he's chasing the truck. Okay, here's our truck, the 2.
That's right on the inside, right in front of the 17 of David Ruderman.
He's loose.
See him loose right there. He's got to chase it. He's got to chase it. He's trying hard to get off the corner. They run out of racetrack. He forces the 14 of Rick Crawford into the wall.
But let me say this. He's loose, right? But if it was lap 50 of a 160-lap race...
He would have backed off. He would have backed off, Kenny.
He would have backed off. Because he didn't back off because we're coming to the white flag.
He knows that's a position. If he gets by the 14 of Rick Crawford, he gets that position. That's what hard racing is at the end of a race.
Rick Crawford walking away dejected from the number 14.
Wow, incredible.
Rick Crawford slides down the backstretch on the driver's side door, for the Missouri, Illinois Dodge Dealers Ram Tough 200. We'll be back for the finish. Welcome back to Gateway International Raceway. We're under red flag conditions because of Rick.
Good clean start for Chad Chapin. He opens out about a truck length lead on David Starr as he goes down to turn number 1.
I think these guys are thinking right now, we've been taught, we've been trained, let's just get this thing finished.
And they need to get to the white flag. If they're able to get all the way around, the leader takes the white flag, this race will end. Now the race is for the white flag here for Chad Chapin, but also if they make it through the white flag, they're going to be racing for that checkered. And right now, David Starr reeling in the 18 of Chad Chapin.
Trying oh so hard, got a little bit loose there down there in 3 and 4, right in the center. Chad Chapin takes the white flag, last lap.
1 to go for Chad Chapin. David Starr right behind him, looking to claim his second victory ever in the Craftsman Truck Series.
Right there!
Here we go again!
Contact! Moves him out of the way, and David Starr moves in front as they go down the backstretch. Your series points leader, Dennis Setzer, right behind David Starr as they go down the backstretch, and Setzer is going to be looking for a victory as well.
It's not over. Let's watch it. They go in the corner.
Look at Ted Musgrave drive to the outside of Dennis Setzer, but David Starr's loving it. They're side by side behind him.
David Starr in the Spears Manufacturing number 75 Chevrolet comes out and wins race number 2 of his career.
What a tremendous race here. David Starr used the bumper, got Chad Chapin out of the way.
Cars in the wall. Lap 3, first caution out. Clint Boyer and the Richard Childress Racing number 21. Heavy damage to the rear end of that car.
Yeah, this is the same car that he had at Nashville where he was so strong. And look at Billy Parker, Rusty Wallace's car, the 66. A lot of damage to that race car. These guys were back there running.
Let's take a look at the replay. Parker spinning at the bottom of your screen up into the wall. Hard to see how it actually began.
And what we're hearing on Clint Boyer is he just didn't get a good start. He started 12th, and he already was back to 25th on the first lap.
X Jr. has led every lap tonight from the pole. Under caution for the second time, the 36 car driven by Travis Geisler, a 1-car spin to the garage.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Travis was involved in that earlier into the front straightaway, just as Regan Smith and Robert was just about to be lapped by the leaders. The leaders were right behind him, not positioned, so he's still in the top 10.
White flag, here we go. 4 more corners. Truex Jr. trying to become the 6th different driver to win a Busch Series race here in Gateway.
Pretty much with a half a lap to go, nobody in front of him, nobody behind him. You just don't need to get in trouble in here in 3 and 4. Eases through the middle of 3 and 4. Throttle up. You see him hit this pretty much coast home from there. And of all these people here, nobody is sitting down.
Everybody on their feet cheering Martin Truex Jr.'s 3rd win of the 2004 season.
Ron Hornaday looks like he will come home in 2nd. Jason.
He got a little bit loose entering the corner. Almost caught it, and then the thing finally went around on him. Doesn't look like there was any contact from any other truck, and I don't think he hit anything, just ran across the curb there on the inside a little bit, so no damage for Ken Weaver.
Take a look at
Still. Oh, and there's trouble on the track.
Kelly Sutton's getting spun around in that Team Copaxson 0-2. She'll bring it to a stop. Again, that's coming out of turn 4, and she stops right in front of the entrance to pit road.
As we saw earlier, Kelly was in turn. She got up a little bit on the high side over in turns 3 and 4, maybe got her right rear out of the groove a little bit, came around down, and you see her able to maintain control and not back up into the racetrack as we see the 2nd place truck of Jack Sprague, and there's our leader Ted Musgrave. See, Chad was completely sideways there, did a great job. It's so easy when you get sideways and you crank the wheel to the right to save it. It's so easy for that thing to go the other direction, but you have to really be on top of things, turn back to the left even before the truck does. Let's take a
and for going too fast down pit road. Deborah Renshaw is spinning.
That's Deborah Renshaw into the wall on the inside of the track on the backstretch, and she hit pretty hard on the front of that truck. She got wild coming out of turn number 2. Now
on the inside, she got a little bit loose, and when she did, she had to chase her truck up the hill. She actually made a little contact with Kelly Sutton. turned the wheels hard left to try to avoid Kelly, and unfortunately lost it back into the truck. Made some pretty hard contact with the inside wall.
But again, thankfully, Deborah Renshaw out of that number 8 Dodge as the safety crews attend to her on the inside of the backstretch. And the field will come down. And sure enough, for the 6th time tonight, the caution has come out. Ken Weaver got spun around in turn number 4. We take a look at why this caution is out.
Yeah, Ken was all by himself. He lost the truck, overcorrected. He almost ran into Jack Sprague, but fortunately turned back to the right, but made some contact with the outside wall. They see another look, and he gets sideways, overcorrects it, almost has it saved, but just turns away from Jack Sprague at the last instant, makes some contact with the safer barriers. Great job by St. Louis to put safer barriers in the corners of this racetrack.
Most definitely. And a year ago, coming toward the last laps.
Career 15 times, and the guy right behind him, Dennis Setzer, has done exactly the same thing. He's finished second in his career 15 times. Musgrave has 15 wins. And how about Setzer? Setzer has 12. Two of the best guys in the business about to go after it.
And the smoke coming out of the 16 of Jack Sprague. Sprague dropping at caution coming out. Look at Chase Montgomery getting up on the wall. This is before the 16 of Jack Sprague throwing the smoke.
He's going to lose a number of positions.
White flag flies. It is Ted Musgrave, Dennis Setzer, Jimmy Spencer, and the Team ASE Dodge makes his way up into 3rd. 4th is Mike Skinner, and rounding out the top 5 is Rick Crawford.
Ricky Craven has fallen all the way back into the 10th position. What a horrible break. But let's take nothing away from Ted Musgrave. What a dominating performance.
Unbelievable performance for Ted Musgrave today. He's led all but 2 laps as he comes out of turn number 4. He will see the checkered flag and become the first ever repeat winner at Gateway. Setzer holding on for his.
It is Curtis Davis. Gaffney, South Carolina driver, running in 24th place.
Couldn't tell anything there. Obviously, he had already been turned around, or was turned around, or lost it going into the corner. Don't know if they're
when they're not having a good day. Oh, trouble. There's Paul Menard off turn 2. Caution flag is out.
He hit anything, which is a good thing. And then what we just were talking about, now Truex is back in it.
Yep. Oh, look at the smoke screen there.
He did 4 or 5 of those spins.
A little dizzy, maybe. So Truex comes around and closes back up on the field as the pace car comes out, and Paul Menard gets knocked around.
It may have, he slid up into Caddy's left rear quarter panel and kind of spun himself around.
Boy, how did he not hit anything, too? He was headed for the outside wall when this started.
It looks like he was. Yeah,
look at that.
He got loose first. Yeah. Wow. Very lucky he didn't get run into either.
Nice job, Michael Waltrip and David Green, to miss it. Kenny Wallace's view. See Rusty there too?
Yeah. A lot of good moves there to miss that wreck.
Wow.
I would say Pitt's going to be pretty. Can't tell what happens. It looks like he just, like he gets sideways, the car hops, and he went up the racetrack to save it. Unfortunately, Kenny was there. Boy, Sauter did a good job in the 1 car and missed that as well.
Would you get wheel hop on an oval track?
Well, if you look down here, I don't know if he got down on the apron or something, but see how he got his tire down on the apron, and all of a sudden you saw the tire just completely correct, and then it looked like it took a bounce or it took a hop because he had to correct it on the apron.
Sterling Marlin, Mike Wallace through the grass.
See, there's like a curve there?
Yep.
Well, if you get on that thing and you get loose and you turn your wheels to the right, you come off that curve and get
earlier.
Oh, there's a caution, and it's Rusty Wallace. And yellow flag is out, and
yeah, Rusty was doing everything he could on that set of tires. That's the problem when you stay out on those tires. You see Rusty left your screen get turned.
Yep.
And there again, when you're on tires like that and guys are behind you on better tires, you pick up the throttle differently than a guy on bad tires will. And we've seen that twice tonight.
It's John Wood in the 47. And Stacy Compton in 59 is going to get a piece of Rusty as he comes by through the smoke.
And Boyer gets around somehow, and there's Kenny to the right in the smoke, and I'm sure he just got ran into.
Tonight here in St. Louis. Sorensen looking for his second NASCAR Busch Series win. Hard to believe a kid 19 years old in his first season in the Busch Series could be thinking championship, but he is. He's got a good team. Obviously the kid's fast, and he's going to gain a whopping pile of points on Martin Truex Jr. tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to shake the points up tonight with Martin having those troubles.
Sorensen's going to lead the most laps tonight, and he's going to win the race as the 19-year-old from Forest Park, Georgia, takes his second NASCAR Busch Series win. Sorensen winning the Wallace Family Tribute 250 by 4 car lengths over Mike Wallace.
Looks as though Chad Chaffin, who did qualify earlier today in Talladega and now in this truck, has a lot of smoke coming out of that number 40.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm not sure if the right front tire is down or what the situation is.
We will find out what the problems were with Chad Chaffin when we return. The rain is staying away from us in St. Louis. Following this pack around, it's the Fastenal Dodge. Oh, and problems as they come down the front stretch. Kyle Krisloff involved in this one. He's on the inside of the field trying to pick their way through.
Not shooting. There's Mike Skinner. A lot of damage to that Toyota.
Hard hit there in the number 5.
Looks like the 20 of Marcus Ambrose with the right side of the truck's torn off. Ray, how about? There's Mike Skinner. Just as Ray mentioned, he thought he had a soft tire. Bounced into the outside wall and came off the wall and made hard contact with the 20 of Marcus Ambrose. They came along with absolutely nowhere to go. Marcus made some contact with Kyle Krisloff in the 15. Just a horrible break. It looked like Mike Skinner. He knew he had a soft tire. There it is. It went down right there. And when he bounced off the wall, look at the damage to the 20 and to the 15.
Thank goodness for softer barriers, because he hit that wall hard coming out of turn 4.
Well, he sure did. See the trucks trying to pick their way through this accident. Just about blocked the racetrack. It's a good shot from our speed camera right there. It's Marcus Ambrose right there, the 20 truck up against the outside wall.
Like a can opener, ripping the metal off of the side of that truck.
07, of course. Just couldn't quite get stopped. There's Mike Skinner getting out. That's a good sign. He made a lot of hard contact. When you blow a right front tire like that and hit.
Caution 8 has come out in Gateway. Bill Lester involved in this one. A lot of damage to the number 22 Toyota.
Yeah, along with Eric Darnell, unfortunately. In the 90, you see the Simply Wild Ford right there. A lot of damage to Eric's truck. That's going to, yeah, first time he's going to fail to complete all the laps this year. As we mentioned earlier, 2 top 10s and the other 2 races 11th, but not tonight.
He was competitive running 6th.
He was. He had a great run going. He was going to be one of the trucks that had to pit, but what a big break for these trucks that did not pit on this most recent caution.
Let's take a look at what happened.
See Bill just drives down to the corner, runs in the back of Eric Darnell. That corner is so difficult to negotiate because we talked about it earlier. You drive in this corner, use all the brakes you have. That's why we see when the trucks run side by side, the truck on the inside doesn't run in typically as hard. Watch Kerry Earnhardt, this 13 truck, as he comes in. Whoa. Ooh, may have made some contact with another truck as he tried to avoid Bill Lester. Well, here's another view of it right here. Oh, that's why Kerry Earnhardt almost hit.
Oh, he hit
made some contact with the outside wall, yeah. He wasn't avoiding Bill Lester. He was in an accident of his own, unfortunately. Caution flag more than likely was already out when that happened. Tough break. Here we go. There's Bill Lester. He got in the corner. Looked like maybe a little bit hot, or maybe Eric Darnell backed off a little bit earlier than he had been. And it doesn't take much. You're in there, and problems.
Erin Crocker gets turned around, I believe. She is spun around, and that was 77 of Brendan Gaughan. Those two making hard contact as they were getting into turn 1.
A lot of damage to the Czech's Dodge of Erin Crocker.
Erin Crocker, you see the damage on the back of that truck.
She'd stayed on the lead laps.
When we take a look, this is the tail end of it.
Craig Kinzer got a piece of that with the 46 Centrex Chevrolet. Tough break for Erin. Trying to gain experience here. She was doing a good job. Here we see it. There's Brendan on the inside. Looks like Brendan didn't quite drive down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Erin thought he was going to take the normal groove down to the bottom. They made a little contact entering the corner. Again, that's a very vulnerable spot right there. You enter that corner so hard, on the brakes so hard.
Everybody around him wants to do it. Oh, we've got a problem. Spinning, that is
Reagan.
Number 6 of David Reagan. Boy, unfortunate.
Yeah, David was running in the 13th position, having a pretty good outing. A lot of damage to the front of that Scott's Ford.
Record number of cautions tonight.
Great break there. He comes down. Looks like he's going to make some contact with the 11 of David Starr. Again, it doesn't take much, as we saw the last time, the most recent caution flag. It doesn't take a whole lot.
Hey guys, just a real quick side note here. Realize how important the spotters are, especially at a racetrack.
Very comfortable lead. And we hear that, problems with Rick Crawford, the 14 of Crawford. He was running in 4th position. That will bring out our 13th caution.
They had a good battle going, Rick Crawford and Jack Sprague. I don't know if there was any contact. A lot of damage to the right side of Rick's truck. He made some pretty hard contact with the outside wall. What a horrible break. Rick Crawford had a late flat tire at Martinsville with a good top 10 run going. Spoiled his streak of top 10 finishes, and looks like he's going to have another tough break here at St. Louis. Let's go back here and take a look, Rick. Jack clears him going down in the corner. Let's see if Rick cuts a tire down or something. Cuts a tire down. Cuts a right front tire down. Had nothing to do with Jack Sprague passing him. Just a tough break for Rick Crawford.
Krista.
Yeah, guys, the 14 is going to be coming in
10th, and just what, his third truck, or second or third Truck Series race ever, and first time ever here at St. Louis. Good job.
Great run for Scott Legacy Jr. The white flag has come out. Less than a half a lap. Todd Bodine, Ted Musgrave. Ted Musgrave called this earlier. He said, I'd love to see a first-second finish. We have problems on the backstretch. If the caution flag flies, that will end the race.
Scott Legacy Jr.
We just talked about him.
Horrible. No caution flag.
No caution flag flies. The checkered flies. Todd Bodine wins the Dodge Dealers Ram Tough 200.
What a great job by Germain Racing once again. 1-2 finish. Todd Bodine, second win of the year. Ted Musgrave, second for the second race in a row.
The celebration. Tank talked about the wreck that took place. There's Scott Legacy Jr. And you see Eric Almirola getting into the back of Dennis Setzer in that 85. That created a lot of smoke on the backstretch as they came across the start finish.
Hang on, Ralph. Got one in the wall. Turn 3. J.J. Yaley.
Wow.
Now, Alan, I don't know what happened to J.J., but he hit that wall, clobbered that wall, but the safer barrier has taken care of him. He's able to drive off in it. You know, years back, he would be welded to the wall over there.
This is crew chief Jason Ratliff looking on. Remember, Yaley talked to us in our pre-race coverage about not having an overwhelmingly great car tonight, and that they struggled with it in practice and seemed to make it worse each time they went out. And they've got some work to do on it now. Yaley started in 23rd place. Watch the top right of the screen, and you'll see this 18 car come into the frame.
Let's see if we can figure out what happens. Looks like he wrecked on the straightaway. And that was still up on the back straightaway, wasn't it, Alan?
All right, that's inconclusive. Let's get a look from Kenny Wallace's car. That's just the tail end of it.
Track bars, which is a much different approach.
And a caution flag is out. Stephen Light is in trouble. He is up against the turn 3 retaining wall, and the second yellow flag of the race comes out when not quite everyone had made green flag pit stops. St. Louis tonight for Carl Edwards of Columbia, Missouri, looking for his 4th NASCAR Busch Series win of the season. A tremendous fight between he and Denny Hamlin. But Carl's crew got the strategy right, got him out in position to take advantage of fresh tires and speed to get by Hamlin and take the lead with 9 laps to go. Final corner coming up. And the checkered flag is up for Carl Edwards, a very popular win. He takes tonight's Busch Silver Celebration 250.
Boyer battle for second.
Hamlin and Boyer for second spot. It looks like Boyer nipped him by 1,000th of a second.
Wow. That's incredible. That's adding insult to injury, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
He didn't need that aggravation right
ahead of time. Take a look back there, a little brushing the wall. That was Regan Smith into the wall in that 47.
Yeah, he got against the safer barrier there. Had it not been for the safer barrier, Regan Smith would.
You see the damage to the back end of the 09 of Joey Clanton. This just took place. Our first caution of the day has come out at Gateway International Raceway, and the tire beginning to shed, and
along with other stuff.
A lot of the parts on the back of that truck going away.
Yeah, a lot of debris all over the racetrack now.
The other truck involved with this was the 15 of J.R. Norris.
Well, there's J.R. right there. He made contact getting in turn number 3. Let's see if we can take a look back at what happened. J.R. was my spotlight truck. They're going down in turn number 3. Joey backs off for the corner. J.R. gets in there a little bit too hot. He makes a little bit of contact right there, and then see J.R. lock the brakes up to try to avoid him, and he ends up making some contact with the outside wall as well. But a lot of damage to that Zaxby's Ford of Joey Clanton.
A lot of parts still falling off as he was making his way onto pit road, and you see him slide around and back into the wall. That was Mike Bliss's rear view mirror view. Matt Crafton coming past him.
Yeah, I'm
not really sure what that was all about.
You know, when we saw NASCAR, it got a little bit closer.
Just got a little tighter. We've got a new leader. Mike Skinner in the garage. Ron Hornaday in front of the field here at Gateway. We'll be right back with more racing. Restart, so he'll continue to try to move up through the front. Oh, problems with TJ Bell into the wall. So the caution has come out once again.
Oh, a lot of damage to Mike Bliss's truck. Mike was running in the top 10 when this accident occurred, battling with that 50 of TJ.
Points for leading the most laps. Here is another look at what just took place.
A little bit of contact right there. It looked like Mike Bliss was on the inside of that 50 of TJ Bell, and it looked like possibly Josh Wise in the 00 Aaron's Toyota might have made a little contact with Mike Bliss. That turned Mike Bliss sideways, probably caught TJ Bell with nowhere to go.
Back-to-back win in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for Johnny Benson. Under a mile to go for Benson.
Good battle right there, the 00 Josh Wise, Ryan Matthews. That's a battle for the 8th spot. Again, they've got 1 lap to go. Johnny Benson looking for his 8th career win in the last 2 years.
Ryan Matthews, he'll get spun around. The white flag continues to fly as Matthews up against the wall. Johnny Benson is making his way out of turn number 4, and the caution flag will fly. Johnny Benson crosses the start-finish line. Again, he already took the white flag as the caution came out, so that will be the end of the race.
Yeah, now the flagman is waving the checker.
There, because you're right, it looked awful similar going into the corner. He's qualifying, it kind of stays out. Car's already loose, can't get it to the bottom, it backs it in the wall. Bam.
Almost identical.
Tell you what.
The only thing different is the sun's out right here when he was qualifying. It's have the car turning real well in 1 and 2 to be able to get through there, and then these guys will just have, we got a little trouble here.
Contact. It is Stephen Wallace and the Home Life Communities Dodge up across the racetrack and just tags the outside wall here in lap number 5, and that will bring out the first caution flag of the night.
Brakes getting in the corner.
Something.
Actually, it looks like we got to see some smoke.
They have a leak somewhere, or was that a break?
No, I saw some sparks coming out of the right side of it too. I don't know if
like flames in the right rear there.
You know, guys, I'm not so sure we didn't lose an engine. It's coming out from under the hood, flames out the side. It looks like the thing has blew an engine up getting down in the corner. So we'll just have to take a look. It's still on fire. So I believe he's lost an engine going into 3. Let's take a listen.
Now we're being told from spotters that he has said on the radio that the brake pedal went all the way to the floorboard there as he went in the corner, and you saw the flames from the right rear. So a tough break, first yellow flag of the day, and one of the Wallace family headed to the garage area.
There is a little bit of a second groove starting to come in, it looks like, especially off of turn 2. They're getting a little more momentum. Oh, up the racetrack. I don't know if he got in the wall or not.
Clear. Whoa, good job.
Oh, Bliss, big hit.
Oh, and he gets sandwiched on the side there by the 14 car of Kyle Krisiloff, who had nowhere to go. He had traffic above him, and Bliss's car comes down across the racetrack.
Bad damage.
That's a hard wreck right there.
Kyle had nowhere to go on that one, and just a victim.
What happened to Mike Bliss? I mean, he was having a great run, running second and third. He just made that rubber in the spring rubber change.
I think it might have been just a chain reaction from when we saw the 21 car almost crash, and everybody kind of checked up. He may have gotten tagged.
Okay, let's take a look and now watch the 21 go high.
He just got loose, Andy. It looked like getting in the rear and kicked out, brought it up the track. But when that happened, he slows up.
Yeah, it looked like the 24 car just got into the back of Mike Bliss in the 22. Then it sets this up right here where you see the 14 car come in there and hit him really hard in the side.
All right, different angle here. Now watch the 21 go up. See if you can see the left side of your screen here as he goes across the racetrack. Watch the 22 come into your picture here as he comes back around. There's the tag. You can just barely see the contact.
Well, you can see it all started with the 21 when he got loose and went up the racetrack. It startled everybody. And then the wreck and just keeps happening behind it. Got tagged from Landon Castle. The 14 car comes through of Kyle Krisiloff, and there's a wrecking way behind him. Everybody's trying to slow down, and they stay wrecking.
Look like Kenny Wallace is
now. It just doesn't happen. You need to be in that thing a little bit. You take a look at Scott Wimmer. He's done a great job out there with Richard Childress Racing. He's understanding this car.
Got two guys here getting together.
Contact.
Going around behind you. Caution's out. Good.
That's what I was talking about. These young guys, you got to pull the reins back on them.
Travis Kittleson in the 20 car and the 24 car. Landon Castle coming together. Joe Gibbs car number 20 and Rick Hendrick car number 24. Two young drivers getting an opportunity, and they had some contact here. Heavy damage on the front of that National Guard Chevy. And the 88 also involved. Brad Kessler.
It looks like the 20 car of Travis Kittleson got in and got loose. I didn't see him running and hit the 24, but you see a rear end coming around and up into Landon.
Yeah, the 20 car was fighting to stay that first car one lap down in case the caution did come out. He could get the lucky dog.
Take a look for Mike Wallace's car and outside, see if he thought. Yeah, both of them get sideways, and when they're sliding,
Andy. On the inside. Wrecking in front of you, down low, down low. Come on, come on, come on.
Just two guys, two young guys racing hard.
Come on.
Mike's probably going to just let this thing stop for a minute. I haven't hit anything yet, but I almost got hit 10 times.
Now watch the 03. Todd Bodine just gets through. Keselowski not quite so lucky. Mike Wallace makes a good hard left and gets it through. All right, from Cale Gale's onboard camera.
Back it down, back it down. Hey, come on. Got it, come on. Hey, another race, come on, clear.
You can see how much the spotters do help them, because you can see that even
Reed Sorensen coming back as the caution now waves again. And got trouble, got a car stuck down in turns 1 and 2. There is the 25 car and has had some hard contact. That's Richard Johns in the backup car. He had problems in qualifying with the primary car. Looks like he's hit both ends of it, Andy.
Yeah, this is the second car he's torn up today. This looks similar to the car that he crashed in qualifying.
Here in traffic entering turn 1.
Almost, you can see his marks from qualifying going up there. He hits just a little bit farther down, but it's exactly the same kind of wreck.
You can't hardly tell any difference at all. I mean, when they go back to the shop this week, they're going to have to call their frame guy up and say, give me 2 of these, baby, because that's what it's going to take to fix them.
All right, could these be the final pit stops of the night? If we 41 pulling right up now within a half a car length of the 60, who gets right in the back of the 42.
That's too bad. That was...
Carl got in the back of him, took him out accidentally. 1, 2, 3 cars in that accident. Looks like the 42 is going to get out unscathed.
He was having a great run, too, Kevin Hamlin. We haven't talked about him much, but he's been up in the top 10 just about the whole race.
Yeah, great run for Kevin Hamlin. See the 27 there also.
These other cars are cars that either stayed out or took 2. He just gets right into the back of the 42. Just a light tap, but doesn't take much.
Well, tell you what, the positive thing, that's a bad thing for Carl Edwards and Kevin Hamlin's mind, everybody's mind. You don't ever want to see a driver take another driver out, but probably going to help Edwards. I know he didn't mean to do that, but now these caution flags are really going to help on the fuel, and he's going to be the beneficiary out of this whole deal that he started.
Wow, Scott Wimmer did a great job to miss those guys.
Yeah.
33 car didn't miss, got into the wall here. Ride with Cale Gale in the 33 right here. You see this wreck happen just in front of him. There's nothing he can do to try to avoid that.
And you're sliding through that grass, you're holding on, you don't want it to hit anything, and you're sliding and sliding, all of a sudden, bam.
Too little room and too much contact.
But Jerry sailed that baby down on the inside of J.J. Yaley. Force Yaley up the track, no contact, but they both run up, got to get out of the throttle, and they all run out of real estate.
And Bobby East in the 37 car gets into it. And then Kelly Byers gets involved.
Yeah, Bobby East had the 77 on the inside of him. Now, this is the onboard camera for Brad Coleman.
See, J.J. Yaley being pretty smart, giving Brad Coleman plenty of room. Then the 37 car just jumps down in there.
And to Bobby East's defense, by the way, he had a 77 car on the inside of him. Now, watch the right side of your screen. Contact there. Brad Coleman goes around, almost gets the side of the 37. He does get Kelly Byers out of shape, and he spins, and we end up with caution number 8 on the night.
I tell you, it might have looked from everybody's view that the 37 car is
the 9 car, and now there's trouble on the racetrack.
And it's the 60 car, our points leader, Carl Edwards, and
coming
his
to you guys. Here we come. Coming to you.
And
I think we're fine. Let's just I just hit the rear. You know what I'm saying? We can keep running. 4 tires on it. 4 tires on it. Fuel it up.
Yeah, heavy rear end damage. Pierre Cattell there on the pits for the 60 car of Carl Edwards. Caution number.
They've been struggling getting into this corner loose.
Hold it up there. Hold it there.
Sounded
Hold
like
it
it
up there.
may have been wheel hopping, like he wheel hopped the rear wheels get in that corner.
Take a look at Carl's last 5 finishes. The last 2 very uncharacteristically have been outside the top 10. 11th at Daytona. That tire problem, wheel problem at Chicago, finished 20th. White flag waves for the 41 car of Reed Sorensen. Sorensen comes sailing by. There is Scott Wimmer, Rudeman, Leffler, Reagan, and Edwards.
Looks like parts still flying off that 60 car. I saw some debris fly off of him.
Well, Reed's cleared the 28 car, lap car. He's got clear sailing right now. He can smell this thing. He's just going to bring this baby home. And again, Chip Ganassi, what a smart guy doing what he did.
And 21-year-old Peachtree City, Georgia driver Reed Sorensen pulls it off for the 2nd time. At Gateway International, Reed soars and becomes the 13th driver to win in 2007.
Rick Crawford able to withdraw.
Spin on the backstretch. It's 09 of Bobby East in that Zaxby's Ford F-150. He gets turned around, and our first caution of the day comes out.
See the damage he's got. He looks like he might have gotten loose coming off of 2, Doug, and maybe made some contact with the outside wall. Not a tremendous amount of damage, but his right there leading that group up. Watch, see Bobby's going to come along. See him just get a little bit loose, and then actually did not make any contact with the outside wall, but slid into the inside wall. Hit it with the both right rear and the right front.
Yeah, so that's really going to hurt his handling there. You can see how that quarter panel is all caved in. These guys work extra hard to keep that corner panel right.
A little bit, and there he is on the outside right there. I think maybe he had a left rear tire going down, Doug, and around Dewey did a nice job keeping that truck out of the outside wall.
Yeah, that's what it looked like, and it was a nice, slow, gradual spin, but now we see him here in the garage. So
force to be reckoned with in this race right here.
Ooh. Oh, problems with the 19. He gets turned around and into the wall. That's Rob Brent, bringing out our 5th caution of the day.
Yeah, considerable amount of damage to Rob Brent. He had a pretty nice run going. He was running up in the top 20 on the lead lap, and it's going to come to a premature end. A lot of damage to that truck. He's going to
look here at what took place. He just looks like he got turned around.
Hard contact. Again, you're going awfully fast on these straightaways, upwards of 150, 160 miles an hour on these straightaways. And as you enter the corner, that's when you're most vulnerable. And that's when Rob got turned around and really slowed down very little before he hit that outside wall.
That's the type of hit that you really don't want. And then when you slap the driver's side like that, you don't want to slap it that close to the wall there.
There's an access road.
Justin Marks, the 9 truck right now. He's a lap down. He's battling to try to stay in that position so he can get the next Aaron's Lucky Dog if we have one. Ooh, trouble. And here comes an Aaron's Lucky Dog right now.
Problems there. It looks as though 3 different trucks involved and more starting to pile up behind them.
Completely blocked the racetrack. You see all these guys stopping. You see Colin Brown had a top 10 run going. There's Terry Cook. He's involved. You see a left front tire cut down on his Weiler.com Toyota. There's Jason White, the 08. Looks like the 0, is that the 08?
Yep, that gunbrokers.com truck gets turned around.
Yeah, and Terry Cook comes along and hits him with the left front corner. And then the racetrack is essentially blocked.
It didn't look like Terry Cook had anywhere to go as the 08 went up the track. Terry looked like he started to go to the outside, and that's where he just collected him there.
Looks like the 16 of Brian Scott ran into the back of the 6 of Colin Brown.
They call that the boxcar effect.
Or the 60 of Terry Cook.
It's right along with Ted Musk.
Jack Sprague at the end.
Whoa, we got problems with the 11 of David Starr. He gets into the inside wall. Hard contact. That brings out our 7th caution of the day.
David was in a hard battle with the 14 of Rick Crawford and the 88 of Matt Crafton. Considerable amount of damage to the front of that Red Horse Toyota.
As we look back here,
he got in the throttle a little bit and then actually made just a little bit of contact with Rick, and that just sent him towards the inside. He's going to make hard contact with that inside wall right there.
You see that so many times when a truck on the inside gets together. It's like an automatic touch, and it just shoves the nose to the inside, and he spins them, spin out. And that's exactly what happened to David Starr there.
We saw Bobby East get loose coming off turn number 2 early in the race, and he made contact with that inside wall. We're going to see another view of it. You see David's already extremely loose when he made contact with the 14 of Rick Crawford, but that's at speed, so that's how fast it really happens. When we see it at slow motion, it looks like maybe he would have an opportunity to do something different, but nothing you can do. You're just along for the ride.
The good thing is you see him walking towards the ambulance there. It was a good hard hit, and I'm sure he doesn't have the front downforce that he wants.
Oh, we're hearing problems for the 9. There you see it. Justin Marks, a lot of damage to the back end of that truck. So our 8th caution of the day has come out. Justin Marks dropping the window net, signifying that he is okay.
Justin was running in the 20th position. He was on the lead lap. He was one of the drivers that got a lucky dog, but I'm nothing away from Dennis Setzer and that entire BHR effort as well, with a pole position today, and looks like headed maybe towards the top 2 finish.
Behind them, so strong this season, the 23 of Johnny Benson, the 30 of Todd Bodine, and the 2 of Jack Sprague. Those were your top 5 when they crossed the start-finish line. Now, just 2 turns remain. Ron Hornaday goes through 3 and 4. The crowd is on their feet, cheering on. Ron Hornaday coming to his 37th career win. First win in Gateway for Ron Hornaday.
Had a great battle for 4th. Tom O'Donnell and Jack Sprague went through 3 and 4 side by side, and they were side by side at the start finish line. There's another good battle. Looked like Kevin Wood and Mark Davis, and the battle for 15th.
Side-by-side battle that was won by Kevin Wood. Very close race there to the start-finish line.
Here with the 47 car, Kelly Byers.
He is forward up in the wall. Contact.
Right there, bud. Hold the brake.
And that will bring out caution for the 2nd time tonight.
It's kind of a strange place to be in the wall.
Left rear damage.
Looks like it was almost before they got there.
Trying to let the car roll across the track and get it refired. Let's see if we can see what happened to Kelly. Whoops, had a little help.
There, he just wasn't quite clear to get in that corner. He was trying to get that angle of getting in the corner, and he was probably passing this 52 thinking he had enough room.
Yeah. That was the veteran Brad Teague driving for Jimmy Means that they had the contact with.
Go low, go low, go low.
Nice job by Stephen Wallace to listen to the spotter and avoid the contact there. Whoop, there it is.
Actually, that was a little both. Looked like the 52 car came down on Kelly just a little bit.
Yeah, he has to kind of come down to get to the corner, though. So, you know, the guy making the pass there and not the race. So, we got a yellow on the track, guys.
Crash on the racetrack. The 27 car, Brad Coleman, will bring out caution for the 4th time tonight. The back of his Ford Fusion has some damage where he's had contact with the wall.
Now, come to pit road now.
We were about 20 laps away from scheduled pit stops. Brad trying to catch up to the field as best he can to be able to get behind the.
No contact. Just looks like he jumped out from under Brad off the corner.
Yeah, you could see him as he got back in the gas, started to lose the back end of the car. Looked like he was trying to drive it out of it, but just ran out of room.
Nice job by Eric McClure. Nice job David Rudiman and company to be able to get through the smoke.
You know, we've heard a lot of guys talk about how tight this racetrack gets at night, but tonight a lot of guys have been talking about being loose. We heard Clint Boyer in the 2 car saying he was loose, and Reed Sorensen was saying he was loose. I'd say Brad Coleman was a little bit loose too.
Yeah, you know, after you come, David Rudiman got back in the gas pretty quick and could have just touched the 40 car.
Reed Sorensen stuck on the outside there. Oh, his contact.
Oh, we got a big problem.
Oh, right in the head on into the wall. The 29 car of Scott Wimmer. Contact from the inside on the 5 and right up across in front.
That's a lot of good race cars taken out.
Oh, my heavens. That's as head on as I've seen a car hit in a long time. Right, just turned right into the wall, that 29 car.
Yeah, he's killed the front of this thing.
Yeah, he's battling hard, low air pressure. Car looked like he tried to get back in the gas to try to make that pass, and it just got away from him. And as he tried to correct it, sent him right back up across the racetrack. See Mike Bliss there climbing out of his car. It's good to see that he's okay, but I know he's very frustrated.
Stephen Wallace has got his, looks like his radiator's busted, oil cooler. You can see it leaking and smoking. And Reed Sorensen had a great race car.
Into 4.
Looks like the 29 got a little bit of a tap from the 5 car, actually, to get him started there.
Yeah, it looks like he was plenty loose already, and he got a little bit of a tap from the 5. It doesn't take much.
Yeah, and he could have had to check up because he was loose, and that's when the 5 got into it.
Boy, the 1 car, Mike Bliss, he gets a lot of damage out of this. So does Reed Sorensen. Somebody's wheel or tire came off the car.
Now, was the back of the 29 car already sliding, or did he get a tap from the 5? It looked almost like a 29 car. Let's see if we can see here. Hard to see from this angle, but was he already sideways?
Oh, boy, that is a tough angle to watch right there.
Oh, boy, he went head on into the wall.
Hard hit and then gets hit again.
Yeah.
We saw Scott Wimmer was moving around in his car.
Let's go down to Shannon.
Well, I'm here with Mike Bliss. He was able to walk out of his car right over to pit road. Are you all right?
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. Just got
couple guys, I guess, were in the wall, and we were running low, and just.
We're going to let you look at the jerk cam here.
Yeah, no matter. Yeah, that's what I saw, round, round, round. So it's a shame. Our Mitsubishi Chevrolet was really good tonight. You know, I mean, it was really good. Just needed to get out in a clean air, but
As you see, Brad Keselowski thinking that he might can go to the outside now.
Oh, trouble. That's too bad.
Contact, and that, oh my goodness, they're not going anywhere now. The 99 in the wall, and Keselowski right there with him.
And it looks like Rudeman got the worst of that little exchange.
And David Rudeman, probably had the best car here.
Killed the right front. Try to keep it on the bottom, NASCAR said if you can.
88 was making a move on the high side. Let's see what's happening coming off the corner.
That's just a racing deal, Dale, looks like to me. I don't know what your take is on that, but the 88 was just barely up enough, maybe not enough to take that spot away from that 99.
Depends on which one of those cars you're in as to exactly what happened there. I mean, yeah, it is up on the straightaway. I'm sure that David really didn't have any idea that the 88 was up there anywhere close enough to be worrying about that, because he was using the whole racetrack coming off the corner. So, yeah, it is racing. You know, you would think that maybe they would be a little bit more patient than that. You'd like to think that the guy behind you, knowing that you're working on that guy in front. But, you know, Brad Keselowski, he had given him plenty of chances for Rudeman to get with the 99 car. They had to spend a little bit of extra time in the pits to repair that car, put some tape on the front of it to come back from where they restarted. This is a really good night, and what could have been devastating for them points-wise turns out to be pretty good.
Final lap here for cousin Carl Edwards in the Roush Fenway Ford. How good is it for Carl Edwards, who grew up with a little boy wanting to win here? He did it in 2006. And now coming out of turn 4, the kid from Columbia, Missouri wins at Gateway. Carl Edwards gets win number 2 in 2008.
Awesome job, guys. Carl, you're great, man. Awesome, awesome. Man, you don't know how much that means, Drew.
Look at
Thank you, guys.
He's going to get that top 5 spot.
We saw him.
Oh, sideways, sliding into the grass. That's Timothy Peters. It looked like some contact had to have been made there. And Timothy Peters slides into the infield grass. Caution once again.
Keeps it out of the wall, though. That was critical.
Doesn't look like too much damage, maybe a little bit to the left front.
Yeah, that damage there is not going to hurt anything as long.
Terry Cook does a great job avoiding Timothy as he slides across the racetrack, but it was one of those deals. He came up the racetrack and Rick had already had a little bit of momentum.
And also that part of the track, he come up so fast that he had a problem, and it looked like he had to almost lift to just try to stay off the wall there just from the momentum. When he got off the gas there, it looked like Rick just got in the back of him.
Great job by Timothy Peters catching that race truck. Didn't get into either the infield wall or the outside wall. So not a lot of damage to the 17. I'm sure he'll bring that onto pit road, have his crew take a look at it.
That's a good view. Boy, Terry Cook had already committed to the inside, and then all of a sudden, bam, Timothy's sideways in front of him, had to turn back hard right.
So Timothy Peters goes for a spin inside of. We're about to come back to green flag racing. Again, out front, it's Stacy Compton winning the battle off of pit road. Halfway is being shown to the drivers. Problems on the front stretch. The smoke all across the front stretch, and that bottles up a couple different trucks.
James Busher, TJ Bell, Todd Cleaver was involved in the 8 truck. He's against the inside wall, as you can see. One of those chain reaction things we see so many times.
James Busher, his truck not rolling on the front stretch as we see.
Oh, look at Brian Eichler, also a tremendous amount of damage on that Graceway Toyota.
Difficult situation for at least 4 drivers. We see the 10 still not moving on the racetrack. We see the window net down though for James Busher.
That's amazing. Looks like I don't. It may have started with a Eichler maybe in the 15. May have gotten the back of Busher. It's hard to tell there. It was just they were all just seized up there.
It's so hard to tell there because it's like the 11's being pushed the whole way. Like it almost wasn't under power. I don't know. I'm sure that's not the case. But, boy, it looked like somebody had a problem right there, and it definitely messed up a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. You can see that was That was the 15 of Brian Eichler, who ran right into the truck in front of him.
But I'm not sure he wasn't pushed. It looked like maybe the 29 would also had contact. That contact was initiated way back behind where it eventually got to.
Yeah.
Rick Crawford, but you won't hear him complain. He's having a very solid run in the top 5, and we have trouble on the racetrack. Stacy Compton around.
Sideways is Stacy Compton. Ricky Carmichael misses him. The caution flag flies. That was just a situation where he was on the outside line.
Well, Brian Scott helped him get to the outside line is what happened. Brian Scott got loose down on the inside of Stacy Compton, forced him up, got into him, forced him up out of the groove. That got Stacy sideways, and around he went. I tell you, Ricky Carmichael did a great job avoiding Stacy Compton. Well, and he gets in there, he obviously chases it up the hill. There's the contact. He gets Stacy sideways. Stacy almost saves it. Watch Ricky Carmichael now. He's headed straight for his door.
Locks him up. The other thing that set that up is this 3 wide here. Brian Scott was down way low on the racetrack, and so when he got into turn 3, he was almost chasing it up the track immediately.
Well, he had no choice. Yeah. There's no physical way he could have turned the wheel enough to get by Stacy Compton, and he chased it up the hill, got into Stacy.
Not at the speed he was going in there. He was going in there pretty hard. He knew he had to use a brake. If he had a lot of, he's got a little damage there on the lower splitter there, which probably is not going to help him. But man, he is taking his.
Problems behind him. Into the wall goes the 4.
Terry Cook's going to hit the inside wall.
Inside wall. Those two pinched together. There was a truck in the middle of that.
Yeah, it wasn't Terry Cook and Ricky Carmichael that got together initially.
7th caution of the day. We see the damage to the right front of that number 4 of Ricky Carmichael.
Yeah.
Just as we had mentioned, he was staying in the game, and this takes place.
Yeah, and look at that Cajun Toyota there with Terry Cook. Terry was battling up for a top 10 most of the day, and a lot of damage to that truck.
So you see the
5 and the 29 actually make contact initially, and then Terry gets into the 4 of Ricky Carmichael.
It looked like it's one of those cases where the 25 did not know he might have been 3 wide there. The 29 still had his nose in there. He just moved up, and as he moved up, he got pinched and turned his truck all the way into the 4. Heavy impact to the inside wall there, which will probably be pretty tough to be able to continue on with that.
Yeah, we're seeing the crew on the 4 team now. Look like they're about ready to push that championship.
I don't think he was doing it for that reason. I think he was doing it for earlier when he didn't. The 33 may have not.
Oh, there's contact. The 6 goes around. The 88 was on the outside. The 6 got into him, and the 6 goes around of Colin Brown.
Well, we see that all the time. The truck on the inside loses the air off that rear spoiler. Those guys were really battling hard. Colin makes some contact with the outside wall. You see the tires rubbing right there. It doesn't look like significant contact, but it is going to bring him to pit road, and he will lose all. He's going to have to chase the truck up the hill. He wiggled and had moved up. He tried to stay off of Matt Crafton. Matt does a nice job, and Colin just couldn't keep control of that truck.
How about Mike Skinner also being able to check up and not get into
There's another
the
view.
6.
You see the contact right there, then around goes Colin. Mike does a nice job avoiding that Conway Ford.
I think this is a case where he starts to slide up. He knows if he hit the 88 any harder, he was going to spin him. So, I mean, he was doing everything he could to stay off him. Unfortunately, it cost him in the long run.
Yeah, part of that is self-preservation. You don't want to hit that.
How important are the restarts? One of the best is bringing him to the green flag. Ron Hornaday, 8 laps to go.
And he had at least 2 truck links when he got to the start-finish line. Oh, Todd gets turned.
Todd slides to the inside. Will he slide back up in the groove? Yes, and more contact. Rick Crawford is involved. Colin Brown is involved.
That was just a huge misfortune there. And Todd looked like he saw the 33 coming, tried to block him. And the 33 says, you know, I've had enough of that today. I'm sorry, the 88. And Matt just, you know what, he just said, I had enough.
Look at the damage to that Ventrilo Toyota.
And again, it looked like hit from the back. He slid, and if he wouldn't have slid back up on the racetrack, probably not much damage to that race truck, and he could have got back out there. But problems for that 30 team, Adam.
And Todd Bodine just came on the radio, and the quote was, I knew he was going to do it. I knew.
A very good start. Crafton's going to dive to the inside. Todd moves over to try to take that spot, and they just make contact there. Todd was hoping Crafton would give him a little bit more room. He didn't do it. Then when he comes back up the racetrack, Colin Brown, Rick Crawford trying to get by on the outside. They knew he was coming. They were trying to get by before he got there.
Yes, that's all it was. I mean, Todd saw him coming. He got there, and then he kept pressing the issue, kept trying to move down, and it just made for a bad deal. I mean, if Todd would have spun, went down there, had the grass not have been there, maybe wouldn't have come up in front of the track. So it did definitely get a bunch more trucks besides just him.
Unfortunate for Todd Bodine, but the situation now is we have the 88 will be right on the back bumper of the 33 for the restart.
And we know he wasn't happy with the 33 about something that happened earlier. We know he doesn't have any more motor. They have the exact same engine build. The Pro Motor builds the engines for both those trucks, as we watch. As a matter of fact, Johnny Sauter in third has the exact same engine as well.
Yes, Mike Skinner made the move to the outside of that 13, trying to take the pass. Here's what Todd Bodine felt like and what it looked like when we were riding along with that 30.
What a great restart. Look at Ron Hornaday. He already has 2 truck links. Now Todd sees the 88 coming. You know, he gets turned way before they ever get to the corner.
It was way before, but he had him run down pretty low, too. I mean, it was just, it's an unfortunate thing that happened is all it is to it.
There's Matt. Let's ride with him.
He gets a good start. He's going to pull to the inside. You can see, obviously, Matt did not go up.
No, and he got
never
out of
went
the
up.
gas, too.
Yep.
This is coming right at you.
Well, that's a helpless feeling, though, when you're Todd and you get turned around like that. And there's nothing he could do to keep that truck from sliding back up on the racetrack.
No, I mean, once he's turned, you're just pretty much at the mercy of just sliding and going where it's going to go. So we're under red flag right now. It's going to give us a great finish to the end because there's only 7 laps to go. And if they would have continued.
Green flag will go in the air. We're back underway. 4 to go from Gateway.
Crafton's all over him. He's got a run, a little bit of a run. He moves to the inside. There's the contact.
Contact again. Crafton gets into the back of the 33, and Hornaday spins around. Oh, and big contact behind him. That's the 07 that gets into the 33. Jason Young driving that 07. What a difficult situation this has got to be for the 33 team. Ron Hornaday sitting in his truck. Rick Wren on top of the pit box. I'm sure worried about his driver right now. Look at the back end of that truck. Gone.
Back end is gone. He's going to have to definitely park that in. The thing is,
a lot different on replay from what the other situation was with Todd and Matt Crafton.
It was. This was a different situation.
They were really all the way to the corner.
Here's a better view. I meant Ron's trying to block him. There's no doubt. But the 88, he's not quite there. But he went as low as he could.
Yeah, Ron was almost down to the curbing on the inside of the racetrack. So it was a lot later. You see Jason Young come along with nowhere to go. And then Mikey Kyle makes contact with the 07. But really unfortunate. Here's another view right here. Watch. They're already down to the corner there. Matt just had his nose up beside the left rear quarter panel, not even to the rear tires. So it had a lot different look than what Todd and Matt's deal looked like.
Yes, it did. I mean, he's got to run. I don't know if this was going to be a passable deal. That's not that view right there. It's not a passable deal.
From listening to that 88 truck, I don't think that was intentional. I think he got him in the corner maybe a little bit hot, but I swear I don't think that was a deal where I'm going to go take him out when we get down to the corner.
No, I mean, you could hear him get off the gas. It was probably not a very good jump.
Back in the air, 2 to go from Gateway.
Look at Matt Crafton is passing trucks before he gets to the start-finish line.
We've seen it before. Johnny Sauter looked to the inside of Skinner. This time, the leader doesn't go around. Skinner trying to hold him off as they come out of 2.
I think the 13 had a good enough time to be there, and he thought, you know what, I just saw this happen. I'm not going to be part of this.
I've seen this movie.
Yes, and it looks like they're both doing a great job. And right now, I got to give the upper hand to the 5.
The 5. Throwing it into turn 3 a little bit harder than that 13. Let's see if the momentum on the 13 can do anything as they come back for the white flag. A great battle behind those two for that 4th spot. Crafton trying to battle back as well as he tries to get the best finish he can on the outside of Stacy Compton. Out in front, though, the 5 of Mike Skinner now has 2 truck links between himself and Johnny Sauter. Can Skinner make it back-to-back wins in the 2009 season? As he comes out of turn number 4, Mike Skinner is going to win at Gateway International Raceway.
Look at 3 wide back there for position.
Skinner, Sauter, Brian Scott, Eric Almirola, and Taylor Malsum, your top 5 from Gateway. What an unbelievable finish we've had here. Matt Crafton coming back to a 6th place finish after restarting in the 12th position.
What a great job by Mike Skinner. Great pit work, strategy.
Our first caution on the track, as it looks like Kevin Conway has gotten into the wall with the back of his car, and it's banged up pretty good. So we made it 67 laps, and the lucky dog is going to go to Stephen Wallace. I think that's a sigh of relief I just heard from the...
Oh! Yeah, it looked like Aaron Clement didn't see that 87 car inside there. Got pinches down the 87 there, Kevin Conway, and he just loses control.
So the Aaron's lucky dog is the 66 of Stephen Wallace, so he'll get to come back around, and that will put...
Why you got the fresh tires? You said it early in the show.
Got a wreck.
Got a crash right down the front straightaway. John West Townley's involved in the 09. Looking to see if anybody else. Looks like he may have...
Had a big stack up here on the front straightaway. May have been Jason Leffler in a 38 car.
Bring it to the pits. Bring it to the pits. Pull the left front out. Just look at the left front real good. Make sure that you ain't got nothing bent right there.
There is Jason Leffler. This is a tough break for Townley. He was running 14th on the lead lap.
I think he kind of gets shoved up a little bit out of the groove, and Townley just kind of got surprised and found himself way too high. Got on the ball, and then, wow, big contact with Trevor Bain in the 99.
So Bain gets swept up in this as an innocent bystander. And like I said, that he had his best run going in his career. He's up to 14th.
You see Jason just gets up in a dirty part of the racetrack, can't get any bite. And John West Townley gets in there. Oh, Trevor Bain, guys, has been doing such a great job for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and tonight's just not his night.
And there's Mike Wallace actually getting a piece of it also after getting that lap back.
Let's go on board with Stephen Wallace.
Bend in front of you, go low. There you go. Come on, come on. Caution's out, caution's out.
I'll tell you what, that could have been a lot worse, guys. I mean, it really could have.
You see the 38 car. It looks like he's loose. You see the tail of the car. He's a little bit happy here.
Well, he's struggling. Big time loose.
So now he's starting to fall back a little bit. See Keselowski now driving on the inside of him, getting into 3. And then he's just, man, that car's all over the place.
Boy, when you're loose and you get stuck 3 wide like that, that is tough. And it looks like he just got a little bit of the piece of the left rear quarter panel of his teammate at 32 when Reed Sorensen went by also. Just a little bit.
Dave, what's the word here on the 11 underneath?
Oh, here we go. Hang on. Ow. Ah, got spun. Unbelievable.
So our third caution comes out, and there's a lot of damage to the rear of Stephen Wallace's number 66 Impala.
Right, man.
And I was worried about that outside groove of these restarts, guys. It just happens.
Side, Bill, left side.
Stephen was up to 10th position when the caution comes out after he gets hit in that left rear quarter panel. Well, there's bad news and there's good news for your team, Rusty, because the bad news, obviously, we've seen is Stephen damaged. The good news is that man right there is the Aaron's lucky dog, his teammate, Brendan Gaughan, because he is in 17th, and he'll be the last car now on the lead lap. And, whoa, I got a sense here that Stephen's not real happy with Scott Lagasse.
Well, he's just got to use his head right.
It's just hard racing. It looked like the 11 car just moved up the racetrack a little bit. It's awful bumpy down there. It's really hard to run side by side and get into turn 1.
Well, Scott really didn't do anything wrong, Andy. Take a look as he gets down, and this is a classic just get loose.
Yeah, and there's just not a lot of room there. I mean, Stephen's trying to keep, he's wanting this spot. Stephen's trying to get this spot, so he's not going to give him an extra amount of room. They're racing.
Yeah, Scott just got loose. Let's take a look at it one more time. Gets down in there, very close to Stephen. We talk all the time about this is the thing you have to be careful of.
See the back end just jump out there.
Yeah.
Hold the brake, hold the brake.
Look at that. That was 34. Tony Raines making a nice move to keep from getting involved in that as well. One more view.
You see, they're just really racing hard down in here, trying to get the advantage.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it looks bad, and especially it looks bad from Steven's seat. You can understand the frustration.
Well, we've got the word from NASCAR. Oh, and we've got a caution coming out.
Out into 1.
Looks like the 05 of Casey Atwood.
Looks like Kevin Harvick got the lead before the caution came out.
We'll wait for NASCAR officials to give us the exact word.
And it's all about where you took the lead, because there's loops on again right now.
Whoa! Oh, we got contact again, and we got cars going around into the wall. And Legacy is tagged.
Man.
He has hit the wall hard with the back end of that Camry.
Man, he did a great job saving.
For Steven.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like they're saying that Brendan gave him a payback.
Well, when I saw them all going 3 wide down into turn 1, I said, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to fit. Yeah, Scott holds on really good. Nice job right there.
But now they're all bottled up. Still 3 wide coming off the corner here.
Okay, now there's the 62 of Brendan Gaughan. He is right in the middle of this mix. And,
well, looks like another hard racing incident to me. Just 3 wide getting into turn 1. That's a very narrow entry corner.
From the 62 on board.
You got a guy like the 11 car struggling and going back, and you just want to try to go ahead and take advantage of it to get down in the corner. That's what Brendan was trying to do. Slips up just a little bit on the inside of.
At 102, he took right sides only. We have a crash on the track.
Oh, and it is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 62 of Brendan Gaughan. And sorry, Rusty, it has been a very expensive night for your team.
Yeah, that's racing, guys. It just happens. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Brendan was 13th at the time. Stenhouse Jr. was 12th, so these guys were duking it out. See what happened.
Wow, looked like maybe Brendan got real loose getting in the corner.
Yeah, that car just shot up clear across the track.
And did you remember we had the inside view and he was pointing at himself? Like I think Brendan was telling him it was his fault.
Yeah, Brendan said it was my fault. I just wonder if that thing blew a right front tire out going into turn 1 or something.
It shot to the right real quick.
It never even made the turn. My fault.
Yeah, yeah. Well, at least he's man enough to put the blame on himself when it is. And
I don't know why in the world we didn't pick Kyle Busch.
We just want somebody else to win except Kyle all the time. Probably, you know.
Well, we're down to the white flag lap. Kyle Busch less than a mile away from picking up his first win here at Gateway. Down the backstretch. This one well in hand as he has got her on cruise control. Some lap traffic in front of him. That's Stephen Wallace. He gets around him and clears him cleanly. Coming out of turn 4. And Kyle Busch can put another notch on the victory's podium as he's going to take the win with Reed Sorensen second. Carl Edwards third.
Thank you, man.
See a big race right here between Stephen Lighton and Michael Lynette. Looks like Stephen Light got him at the line for
sideways on entry, has to correct it, chases Stacy up the track, and I don't think Stacy was too proud of him for that.
I don't think he was real thrilled with that. Here's another view of it. This is from Eric Almirola's onboard camera. You see, he got loose way before he got in there. He really did a nice job saving that truck, and Stacy gave him some room. Now, this is a lap later.
Look at this wad of trucks all tied together. Mike Skinner down on the inside of Ricky Carmichael. Is that
4 wide coming through St. Louis. How about that one?
Wow.
Can't do that. Oh, but they did.
They tried it.
They can't get it sorted out.
James Buescher in the 31.
Oh, we got a crash.
Ricky Carmichael around and backs it into the outside wall.
Looked like Mike Skinner.
Oh, and cars and trucks flying in there. That was the 6 that came in. That is Jeffrey Earnhardt that made contact after Carmichael came back down the racetrack.
Look at the damage on that 6 truck. That's hard contact.
Watch this now. There's the 5 of Mike Skinner. He gets into the corner. They make a little contact without a doubt. And that corner is so flat, there's no bank to catch you.
Watch this thing come across the track now, just fast.
Jeffrey Earnhardt had committed to the bottom. He was all the way down on the bottom of the racetrack, just as you mentioned, expecting that truck to probably stay up against the outside wall. See Hornaday go by, the 33 truck.
Second contact between Carmichael and Earnhardt.
There's the contact. You saw the little puff of smoke there. Ricky hard in the outside wall. Then the wheels are turned hard right. Comes back down. Jeffrey all the way on the grass down there, thinking he was going to be okay.
You can see right here, I don't know. He definitely got into me, but I might have crunched down. I don't know. The rest is history. It's a bummer because we had a good point stay going and we worked our way up a couple times, and that's what happens when you get in the back of the pack for something silly, but we'll go on next weekend.
Thanks, Ricky. Glad you're okay.
Thanks.
I don't think Ricky really crunched down any. I believe that maybe Skinner was up off the bottom a little bit and they made contact. It's really unfortunate, like Ricky said, you're just racing, trying to survive together back there, and those two should have been able to make that corner and just didn't.
Watch this now when they come off this corner. See Ricky Carmichael up high in the Ford truck, and Stacy said, oh, I'm going for the bottom here.
Watch this. This is almost a big crash. Look at this.
Huge contact there. And what a nice job Jason White, Ricky Carmichael did to avoid that, as well as Eric Almirola.
And Max Pappas. You can see Max is saying, okay, sort this out, guys.
As a driver, tell me how frustrated you'd be if you were in the... A caution has come out. Oh, big contact. The 39 of Ryan Sieg into the wall hard. You see the right front damage on that truck.
And Ron should keep going down pit road. Don't even stop. Just pass through that speed, and that's exactly what I believe he's going to do. He's going to go back. He will stay on the lead lap. That's a huge break for Ron Hornaday.
Now, if he had stopped in his pits, the leader would have lapped him. Now, he does have
5 miles to go for Harvick. The battle's still on, but smoke behind the 17 of Timothy Peters. He had an engine failure a week ago in Iowa. Is he going to have problems again?
And remember, his teammate had engine problems, the 7 of Justin Lofton.
There's enough oil coming out of that thing. He might not be able to get through the turn, Phil. And what about poor Matt Crafton? He's like, man, lucky break for Timothy Peters that happened on the last lap. He can't get black flag.
If he gets through 3 and 4, it's a lucky break.
Smoke coming out of the 17, but the 2 of Kevin Harvick dominant at Gateway.
Thank you.
Brad Keselowski comes home with a second-place finish. A nice call and a third for Johnny Sauter. Timothy Peters does nurse that thing along into the 6th spot.
Great job by Tom Bodine, like you said. Timothy Peters, Austin Dillon, another solid performance. You got to love this rookie, huh?
Absolutely.
And we're still green.
Oh, and now the two teammates together.
Oh.
Brad Coleman and Matt DiBenedetto have gotten together in turn 3.
They have taken each other out accidentally.
Turn 2, Rusty. That's where that happened.
And you sort of felt like that wasn't over.
What
started over?
Look at that damage.
That hurt bad.
Oh, boy, I guarantee you Joe Gibbs is home with his eyes closed right now. I hate this for an owner where both cars get wiped out in one wreck.
Well,
very unusual.
DiBenedetto had dropped back to the 18th position. Coleman running 19th when this happened.
It's the car, but the caution flag doesn't come out, doesn't need to. Keeps on going.
Everyone scrambles. He's nowhere near his teammate at this point. Then Trevor Bayne and Brendan Gaughan. That action heats up. Bang. Bang again, maybe. And that stacks him up. Rusty, that almost happened. You were talking about stacking up the front straightaway. They almost wrecked and did that. And then here are the two teammates. DiBenedetto losing it down in turn 1. And guess who the unlucky next car was?
Look who's coming by. I can only guess this one. Oh,
boy.
That's bad luck.
So, and let's go on board with Brad and see what he was seeing.
They got the 20 up high. Come on, hard low. Come on, low.
And that last turn that Matt made was such a hard left that Brad just didn't have anywhere to go.
Just an unusual set of circumstances. The cars were in the same place at that time. But the 18 car was damaged at this point.
It looks like he's got a right rear flat at this point.
And there's Coleman with the impact.
Well, that hurt.
Are you all right over there?
That hurt bad.
That's a big wreck.
22 laps to go here at Gateway, and the caution is out for the 4th time. Ryan Truex in trouble.
Got away from me.
In turn 1 and 2.
Man, I hate that too. He was having such a good run. Looked solid out there all night long.
Let's see what happened, Rusty. Look at the right-hand side of your picture.
See that, guys? Nobody around him. Just gets in hot and loses it.
Pretty bumpy getting into turn 1. Tires getting a little heat on them, getting aged.
You know what could be happened? A lot of times, Ricky, I believe that when the front brakes start going away, it starts locking up the rear wheels.
Great point.
That's a speculation on my part.
Yeah,
that
I just
might
got
not
the one. It's been getting looser and looser as we went.
I just went to one and it just freaking went around.
Michael, because, I mean, he was back there fifth or sixth. Oh, Harvick in the wall.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
And that is a big hit for Kevin. He is on the backstretch, just on the exit of turn number 2. As caution comes out for the 5th time. He was running 4th when this happened, guys. Trying to get it refired.
It had the appearance of a down right front.
Man. And this was one of the cars coming into the day. Looked like he had an odds-on shot for the win.
Oh, man, is this unusual for Kevin Harvick? He just loses it himself. Unless he had a right rear tire or a right front going down. Now watch his car. Oh, it jumps out in that outside lane. And that is the entry of the opening on the back straightaway.
Here's where he loses it. Loose off the corner and then gets both ends of the car. And there's no saving that now, Rick.
No, there's no saving it. And Kevin was squeezing the gas. I mean, he was trying to get all there was to get. And, you know, again, changing just right side tires changes how the car drives, particularly in the first 5-10 laps.
Well, and he had to go. He was running 4th. We're coming up on 10 to go here.
Take a look at this right here. It's got the wheels turned to the right, and the car just jumps over in the opening. It's like, where am I at?
Jumping to safety right there after all that. One more look at it, and then Menard and Carl taking evasive action down to the inside.
Let's not forget, Kevin Harvick had a problem with his neck earlier in the day, and then, you know, hopefully that didn't compound it.
That's a good point, Ricky.
He's having a great run, charging up through here.
Stayed in the background all night long. When it came time to go, Josh Wise pushed the button, and now Allgaier and Taylor Malsom around. Joe Nemechek slams the inside wall hard.
You could tell something wasn't right with the 12 car.
There was smoke after that little contact there. The 3 wide off of turn number 4, and Allgaier has that nose really crunched in on the 12 car now. At 98, here's Allgaier on the outside. Bang! Off the wall. And then as I get down into the turn, this is what the big one was
Left
about.
rear tires flat, guys.
Yeah. That was from that 3 wide racing. Somebody got into the left rear, more than likely.
And he's trying to coax it down. Taylor Malsom really came up on him there, and that young rookie just got into the back end of the 12 and spun him around.
Yeah, Justin couldn't do anything about it. He was holding on, doing the best job he could with that flat tire.
There's Malsom contact. Bliss got by. Kenny down on the inside, just getting by. Morgan to the high side. And remember, Justin carried an onboard camera for us tonight. Here's what it looked like.
Still two, clear 1. Just 2 below you, 98.
There's that contact off the wall, coming off of 2.
Still 2 below you.
And then the dive down into 3.
Outside. Yeah, what you can here? Got one going flat, I don't know which one. Come on. Right side tire, guys. Right side tire. Oh, inside, bud. Inside. Hold brake, bud. Hold brake.
A lot of times, you'll feel a tire going down in one set of turns, and then you'll confirm it in the next set.
Here was the contact. Steven on the inside. And there's a big rub from Trevor Bayne in the middle.
Big rub.
And there's Allgaier on the outside.
Boy, they're all jammed together. They can't get away from each other.
It's good hard racing here with just a few laps to go, but the 12 of Allgaier getting the worst of that. Joe Nemechek as well. And this is the scene. And this is the scene now as they've stopped the cars on the racetrack entering turn number 3 with Keselowski as our leader. And the gas, Carl's with him as they cross the start-finish line.
Carl did a good job. He's maintaining there. He needs to do that if he's got any chance.
He's got to keep that high side going right now.
That was a great restart with Keselowski. He really came through the gearbox good.
Look at Brad. He tries to drift to the high side. Carl fights back. It's not over yet.
I thought he had him cleared.
Look just how close it is. Does Carl dive in on the outside? He's got to do it. Does he maintain that spot? Keselowski holds him off. Carl with the advantage coming off the corner.
Keselowski got a little bit loose getting into 3.
White flag.
Shades of Atlanta for Carl's first cup win.
Right on your bumper. White flag.
To the outside, but he's got one more lap to deal with Brad Keselowski. Keselowski fights back on the inside.
Whatever happens now, this race will be
touch. Keselowski gets into Edwards. They save it. Drag race down the backstretch now.
That's that half car length I was talking about. They both survived it. Let's see what happens in turn 3.
Reed Sorensen waiting in the wings. Here's Keselowski on the inside. Carl Edwards, can he make it stick on the outside? Brad thought he had the best car all night. Took the inside line on the restart. This is going to be down to the wire. Oh, they touch. He spun out. Carl gets into Keselowski. Carl Edwards will win.
Checker flag. Man, you are the man. He deserves it. Good job.
I just hope Keselowski's okay here. That was a hard hit, guys.
That was ugly.
Wreck behind you. Just slow it down.
Ugly.
Slow it down. There's a big wreck here.
Big contact on Keselowski as the other cars racing to the finish came to the line. And Keselowski got spun around hard. Carl Edwards going for the win.
We're going to have plenty to talk about here.
Well, there's no question. Damage to the 60 as they came to the line. And there's Brad moving around in the 22 car. That is very, very good news.
And this is 2 problem weeks for Brad.
It looks to me as though Carl thought that he was cleared and he was going to do a crossover and maybe misjudged that.
Boom, right there. Is that Bliss or Howard?
Colin Brown gets hit also and spun around. 88 car Steve Arpin. You see Luffler involved in this.
Here it is again. Carl's got that outside run. Thinks he's got the room to do it. Boy, that's such a hard angle to see if Brad came up to block in any way.
And Carl didn't lift. We can confirm that.
There's no question there.
Guys, you got to remember, you're coming to the start-finish line, too. This is hard to say it was his fault or somebody else's fault. It's the money lap. The flag's waving.
Watch this hit by Keselowski. He's stuck on the inside line there. And just hard contact.
So glad he's okay. That was a hard hit for Keselowski.
Here's Reed Sorensen thinking he might have a shot at the win in the yellow car as Keselowski goes around, but Carl stays in it and hangs on. And then the result is big-time contact for Brad.
Yeah, this is ugly.
Well, they build him safe, and it's a darn good thing because here's what it felt like for Brad Keselowski coming to the checkers.
Come on.
We lose our camera, but listen.
That's the one right there. That's when he got hit by the 70 car, Shelby Howard, and that really destroyed this car.
Immediately going on the radio, telling his crew he's okay.
I love these seats that they're using. These carbon fiber seats that these teams are using. Very, very safe. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, all the best use those seats, and they're very safe.
Taylor Malsom also on the front straightaway there. He did cross the finish line, as did Keselowski.
Oh, and into the wall goes the 0-7. So Ray Black Jr.
And he was on the lead lap. He was being shown in the 6th position. Tough break for him. Caught a great break. A bit loose on the inside. Makes contact with Black.
Oh, what a shame.
Sends him around. Could be some damage to the right front of that 0-0 of Cole Custer.
You can see Custer just gets loose on the bottom, runs into Black. Timothy Peters had to take evasive action there to keep from hitting Custer as he slowed down.
So Cole Custer gets into the 0-7.
That truck. Watch this. God, scared me to hit. So look at that.
Yeah, just would not turn.
Had the look of a right front tire going down, and you know we'd run a long ways here.
We haven't heard any reports of.
He'd run about 60 laps, so we get a lot of brake heat here. It could have melted the bead on that right front tire, Michael.
And also racing along behind John Hunter Nemechek, he was on the brakes probably more than he wanted to be,
and probably not getting as much air through the brakes.
They weren't cooling as well. As soon as he got around him, this tire goes down. Makes you wonder, Phil. Great point.
What a tough situation for Matt Crafton. Points leader going into Dover, has a similar looking truck. Leaving Dover, loses the points lead, goes to Texas, wins the race, grabs the point lead back. Now we come here to Gateway, leading the points in caution, and this is what happened.
Look at this contact. The truck just directly into that outside wall, comes up off the ground where it hits.
Here's a pretty good perspective. This is the 8 of John Hunter Nemechek.
Thank goodness for the safer barriers that they put in here and all the NASCAR tracks.
I think Think they can get that thing back together, Phil?
I think the left rear tire. There he goes. Around goes John Hunter Nemechek.
The left rear tire went down.
That was some of that intense racing between he and Quiroga. I think he finally got it up against him and cut his left rear. Not a lot of damage to that truck.
No, left rear, something's down.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right.
I saw the letters
Keep going.
wiped off it a couple laps ago.
Man,
I hate to see that. But I'm glad I can catch my breath. That racing was so intense. Such great action here in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series.
John Hunter realized there was a problem. That's why they were able to drive by him.
it's all right. You're doing great.
So that was Dad. Such a great run for John Hunter Nemechek. Here he feels that there's something wrong with that truck.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. He's a little bit slow there. He seized up Timothy Peters. Then you can see when you get a look at it, you can see that left rear tire is down, Michael.
Yeah, and around he goes. But very minimal contact, so he can get to pit road and get a tire on that thing. He can still get a top 10 finish.
Yeah. He never swung around and caught it with the front, too, and that's a break.
Yes, sir. I feel like I'm racing.
Let's ride along with him.
He just couldn't get any forward drive.
And look at the break that Armand Quiroga caught, because his teammate, Timothy Peters, was right behind Nemechek, and he couldn't get the run off the turn. Johnny Sauter, too, took advantage of the fact that John Hunter Nemechek couldn't get going off turn 2.
John Hunter Nemechek has the 8 down on pit road. They will go to work on that truck to try to get him back. Number 1, here comes Armand Quiroga. Eric Jones has the lead as they come out of turn number 2. Little bobble for him, and around goes Eric Jones.
Quiroga turned Eric Jones around.
Caution comes out. The 51 had bobbled just as he was coming out of turn number 2, and I think Quiroga was still hard on the gas.
Wow, a lot of damage to Eric Jones' truck. I really think Bubba made a mistake restarting from the inside, guys. Wow.
And a wrecked truck for Eric Jones, racing for the lead. What an impressive restart for the 77 of Armand Quiroga. Looks strong.
Yes, Bobble, right there, Rick. You're exactly right. That slowed his momentum just enough, and Quiroga was right there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a hard hit on that inside wall, but
check this angle out. Jones hard on the gas.
There's the bobble.
And up the track he went, but Quiroga had the option to get out of the gas a little bit there. Obviously, going for the lead, it's a lot different.
And he figures if he gets out of the gas, that he's going to lose his momentum. The guys behind him are going to try to make a move on him.
It definitely wasn't intentional on Quiroga's part, I don't believe. I think he just was dead on the gas, and as soon as Eric Jones bobbled, he was into the back of him. Now, once he got the back of him, he definitely didn't lift, but I don't think he intentionally ran into Jones.
Yeah, the initial contact.
Junior looking for his second win. Armand Quiroga still looking for the first win.
It's like Joey Coulter got bounced off the wall coming off of 4.
Going into turn number 1, the gap is 3 truck lengths. Now here comes Quiroga, closing that gap up as they go down the backstretch.
What a strong run off turn 2 Quiroga had. Hooked that bottom perfectly. He's going to get to the back of Darrell Wallace.
It's going to be close as they come through 3 and 4. Armand Quiroga, Darrell Wallace Jr. Coming out of turn number 4. Will he have enough room? Darrell Wallace Jr. is going to hold him off. Darrell Wallace Jr. wins again in the Truck Series. What a hard fought.
Caution! 2 trucks around.
Justin Boston, the 54 truck, left side of your screen. Look at the damage on that Rock Mobile Toyota. And Mason Mingus, the 15 truck, also involved. These guys were racing around the 15th spot. A lot of damage to the back of Billy Moterston. Boston had top 10 finishers. Here we go. They've already made some contact. You see Mason Mingus getting to the outside wall, and then the 54 of Justin Boston also into the outside wall. Look, top of your screen here. They've already made contact. Mason Mingus already in the outside wall, then Justin Boston a little bit farther around the corner into the outside wall as well.
Of course, Bubba Wallace drove that. Problems on the racetrack. The 51 is in the wall. Matt tipped. And Junior might have got his break.
Well, we've got 69 laps to go. We don't think anybody can go that far, so he's probably going to come in now, and he probably will lose track position. The rest of the guys may stay out.
Tipp was running in 12th. The other one,
just like the situation we saw earlier,
got up on the rumble strips there.
Well, Cameron Haley did not know that he was in there. You know, that's one of those things that you can outbrake the guy getting down in there, and if the spotters don't tell you fast enough, or you don't feel him fast enough, or see him down there, you're going to come down in the groove into the bottom where you have been running, and that's exactly what happened.
And remember, the spotters are about right here where we are, and then it's way, way down there as they enter turn number 1, so it's really a bad angle for the spotters to try to tell somebody that somebody's on the inside of them.
And his spotter is Ted Musgrave.
And his spotters,
caution of the night. We'll take it to the replay and watch the 4 truck as it gets inside of Ellis on the 1.
A little bit of a wiggle right here. It gets loose, and that puts him up the hill a little bit right against that 1 truck. We see the trucks on the inside all the time. When they're that close, lose the air off that rear spoiler, and around he goes.
Yeah, that was, you know, he was upset with the 1 truck, and it wasn't that guy's fault. It was not his fault. Eric had that wiggle, and that's what moved him up. Eric had the right line. He was going to have plenty of room between himself and the 1, but when he had that little wiggle, right there it is, that put him right up against him. There's nothing you can do. It's going to suck you around at that point.
That's just the frustration for Eric of having such a good truck so often this season. And again,
Reddick's going to drive it hard down in the corner. Matt's got to give him a little bit of room.
Oh, boy, Reddick is pushing him hard. And we've seen him really run some guys tough tonight. What will they do as they make their way down the backstretch? Reddick is right there with him. In fact, he's got a nose on him.
Clear.
He had some help.
Nemechek gets into Crafton. And Reddick is going to pull away. And the caution is out again.
Unbelievable. They're 2 dominant trucks in this race. Between them, they've led 133 laps, and neither one of them is going to win this race.
Crafton cuts down immediately to pit road. We knew it was going to be an aggressive restart, but it has been Tyler Reddick who is running the restart so rough earlier.
We've seen the outside groove on the restart be the fastest way, and right there, Tyler Reddick got a great run through.
A little bit loose, had to use a little bit of racetrack to catch it, and Matt was right there. Matt didn't crowd him, just a situation where John Hunter got a little bit loose. Tyler Reddick had already got in front of Matt Crafton. Man, what a tough break for Matt Crafton. There's the contact again right there.
And Custer and Sauter come through this. Sauter now up to 3rd after having that horrendous pit stop earlier.
And how about Spencer Gallagher?
Yeah.
In 4th right now. Watch this.
That's from Nemechek's view. Now Crafton. Remember, John Hunter Nemechek was on the opposite view of that very same situation here just a year ago.
You just feel so bad, but really for Eric Jones and for Matt Crafton, you know.
More lap, let's see if he can hold him off.
Cole Custer one more time around here at Gateway.
Johnny's going to try to work to the inside of Spencer Gallagher in that battle for 2nd.
Here he comes, off of 2. Sauter, who was buried all the way back in about 12th, has fought his way up in a fight for 2nd. Can't get it done. Here comes Custer. Off at turn number 4.
Work, nice
His
job,
first
Cole.
win of 2015 for Cole Custer.
Oh, yes.
as they all come to the line to close it out.
Good job, Cole. Eddie did a great job. Thank you, guys.
Custer picks up his second win in his 12th race.
The side of Cameron Haley. Contact. Big contact between Jones and Haley, both with significant damage.
We saw the exact same thing happen last year with John Hunter Nemechek and Matt Crafton. They were battling for the 6th spot right here. Look at all the damage to Cameron Haley's truck as well as the 51 of Eric Jones.
Well, that 51 of Jones just jumped right out from him. Cameron Haley had no option, no choice.
Yeah, may just take that truck straight to the garage.
71 of Contreras will get the free pass.
Got a little loose getting in there. Got right up into Cameron.
And you need some more room. When that happens, you have to have some extra room to catch the truck. And unfortunately, Cameron was there.
On board with Eric Jones.
Outside 13.
You could hear the rear wheel squeal just a little bit when that truck initially got loose. And you're so fast, probably in excess of 150 miles an hour getting in turn 3.
Sorry, guys. Still in there.
That's from Cole Custer's on board.
Come out of the bottom. 1 lane down, 1 lane, 1 lane. There you go.
Boy, Cole did a nice job there. He realized that Shane Lee was the 0.
Went from the front row back to 4th. Maybe go fall into 5th. Daniel Hemrick spins and some contact. Trying to get past his teammate Tyler Reddick.
Boy, it looks like minimal contact. Really, really fortunate.
The battle for 5th between a couple of teammates.
You see that all the time getting into turn 3.
Of Reddick, we've seen it before tonight. Got a little loose on the inside and then the contact.
Yeah, it was classic. You know, Daniel tried to drive it down in there and the back of the truck bounced and it moved him up the track.
View from a little further back.
And that's Eric Jones on board.
Come out of the bottom. Keep going bottom.
Looked like Cole Custer got a little bit loose down there as well while that was going on.
So the 51 of Eric Jones gets the free pass. We'll come back to the lead lap. Been an eventful night for Jones as well. In a very similar situation, he got into Cameron Haley.
Yeah, almost died.
Sauter not giving it up, but Byron a little too strong.
Trouble.
Big trouble. The 66 and the 22, and now the 1 involved as well. The 66, Jordan Anderson, Austin Self, the 22, and that 1 of Jennifer Jo Cobb.
We can see Austin Wayne Self pull the window net down. You can see him moving around in there. That was a really hard hit from the 1 of Jennifer Jo Cobb.
Our 6th caution of the night. Heavy damage to all 3 vehicles.
Yeah, you can see Jennifer moving around as well in her truck. That's a good sign. Look at all the damage to the right side of that truck. Look at the top of the windshield there. Man.
Austin slid down the track. Jennifer had nowhere to go. She is in a bad spot.
So they've stopped all the...
Jordan Anderson got into the back of the 22 of Austin Wayne Self. Certainly not intentional, but watch when the 22 comes back down the racetrack. His wheels were cut. Jennifer trying to get by on the inside. She was already down in the grass trying to get by. Nowhere to go.
Watch it from on board the 51 of Eric Jones.
Inside.
Yeah, you see Jordan actually locked the brakes up before he got into the back of the 22 of Austin Wayne Self.
So Jordan Anderson getting into the 22 of Austin Wayne Self, and then you see the heavy contact between the 1 and the 22. And Jordan Anderson able to drive away from that initial impact.
Looked like Austin Wayne let off the brake pedal. He brakes were rolling as he was going down backwards on the racetrack.
Always such a vulnerable position when that truck is coming back down the track.
Jones was running 3 or 4
Yellow
feet. Caution's out.
John West Townley brings out the caution with 17 laps remaining, and we're going to have a restart.
Wow, John West was having a good run too, running up in the top 10. See the damage to the left side of that Zaxby Chevy.
Roll right there. Get rolling.
Certainly one of the best runs of the season for John West Townley tonight up until this point.
Where are those there, John?
Townley won a race last year at Vegas. Hasn't
Thought he wanted it other than Bell, right?
Watch that replay. Looked like Spencer Gallagher got in the quarter panel.
Helped him around a little.
Definitely got a little help. Hard hit.
Tough break. And from their side of it, it's not really a tough break. They got run into.
Right.
I'm sure there was no intent involved with that, but nonetheless, the contact was there.
Yeah, nothing John West just did wrong.
And that's why sometimes we're about to find out. Green at Gateway.
John Hunter got a good start.
What a great start for Nemechek.
Oh, and he
really forces out.
Watch the 9. Watch the 29.
Bell got forced way up the track. The 29 now of Tyler Reddick trying to get to the front. Ben Rhodes is pushing. Nemechek on the outside. All kind of contact into the wall.
Sorry. No caution. Keep going.
The caution is out. A lot of damage.
Matt Crafton, hard driver's side in the wall.
Got all the damage to Reddick's truck.
That's exactly what I was afraid of, Phil. Aerodynamics. And John Hunter got the jump on him. But Christopher went down in there and got right on his quarter panel.
Yeah, neither one of those guys was going to back off. They knew whoever came off at turn 2 with a lead was in the driver's seat for the win. Unfortunately, he wanted that boost right about then.
Then a bunch of contact. Some were able to avoid and some were not.
I think maybe the 41 got the 29 into the corner a little bit harder than he could hold it.
That's exactly what happened, Phil. He gave him a shot right as he got to the entry.
Oh, Matt Crafton. That was a big hit. On board here with Reddick.
41 inside. Hang on to it. Lock it down. Lock it down.
Couple hard hits there for Reddick.
On board the 8 of Nemechek.
One underneath. There's 2 of them underneath here. 1. Oh, he runs you up. Boom. Hit the fence. Sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
Hard hits for those guys. Man.
Now that 41 of Ben Rhodes gave a pretty good shot there. Might have started that incident, or at least started moving him up the track.
And you don't
is waving. 7 laps remaining at Gateway.
Christopher Bell strong on the bottom.
Can he make it stick? Can he get up in front of Rhodes?
He does.
And the yellow is out.
Out again, turn 1.
John West Townley and Spencer Gallagher together.
Remember, these guys got together before when John West got turned around into the outside wall.
Yeah, I'm going to say this time it's not coincidence.
Well, these trucks are both very heavily damaged, and this is going to be a little more cleanup time. Just can't get to the end.
Spencer did an outstanding job tonight. Had a great truck. Was up in the top 5. Got behind a little bit with some struggles on pit road. But it's going to end right here.
We've been told that Matt Crafton has been released from the infield care center. Declined the opportunity to speak with our reporter as John West Townley and Spencer Gallagher exchanging words. And oh, they're going at it. This is going to be good here.
Hope the trucks aren't coming.
John West Townley and Spencer Gallagher down there in turn 1. And there's points for a takedown. And the fans are loving it. Townley and Gallagher. John West Townley landed a couple of good blows there. And I'm not sure if the fight was over or they just got too tired to continue.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't coincidence those two trucks were sitting there tore up.
Sean West Townley and Spencer Gallagher will be going to the NASCAR trailer after the race for a little sit down.
Well, they're going to go to the infield care center first. Fortunately, in separate.
Yeah, it's late there. It's a little hard to tell how far up under.
So that's the most recent collection, and then this.
There was a takedown there. We're going to get another takedown here in a minute.
You get points for the takedown, right? You get two points for a takedown, and this is another, right?
That's a takedown for Spencer.
So it's 2-2.
2-2.
Yeah.
That's an escape.
Is that an escape? Because he got to his feet as an escape. And see, I think you got to have a point for blows landed.
Yeah.
It's 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Now the tired out part's coming.
Yeah.
Kind of look like they're dancing right there.
So I'm going to give that to John West Townley on the final lap at Gateway. Rhodes closing the gap into turn 1.
He's got one more corner to do something.
Perfect lap here, bud.
And Rhodes is there.
Bell trying to hold off Ben Rhodes as they go into 3. Rhodes down to the bottom. Christopher Bell off turn 4. Rhodes isn't going to be able to make a move. To the checkered flag is Christopher Bell. His first win of the season. Victory at Gateway.
Oh, yeah, guys. Thank you guys so much for believing in me, man. I got the best team in the pit.
I think Chase gets Bell.
Oh! Forces his way down inside. Bell sideways, hangs on to it. That's going to allow John Hunter Nemechek the gap he needs for sure to get to the finish. But Briscoe takes away second. And John Hunter Nemechek around turn 4 is going to bring it home. So much tough luck this year, but tonight is his night. Nemechek wins at Gateway.
A big problem.
And there is Dalton Sargent. More issues for the 25.
See, the left front is down. I wonder if that was from that contact with Todd Gillen. That's who he made contact with that we showed it on replay.
That's a strong possibility. We saw that last week with Matt Crafton.
Well, and that is a big blow for Dalton Sargent, who was 10th in the playoff standard.
Yeah, that left front is already flat. He realizes it when he gets down to the corner, turns the steering wheel to try to come around the corner, and the truck wouldn't turn.
And as we will look at a replay here in just a moment of the 4.
To join her in a long time.
Crafton was running 10th, and he's come to a stop to where they're going to have to put the caution out and bring the tow truck over to give him a bump back to pit.
Maybe ignition or a battery situation or a fuel situation.
I think it's a transmission. Listen to the rattle. Coming up off of 2 right there, it looked like he might have missed a shift and then jammed it back in.
Bet they can during and Eckes is around. I think Friesen got into the back of Christian Eckes, and there's some significant damage on the back end of that 46.
What a great job that teenager did tonight. You're going to see it right here. He gets loose, has to chase it up the hill. Christian absolutely did nothing wrong, was in the right position. Just a tough break.
Yeah, Stewart was down there on the bottom, got it pinched off in that grade. You're going to get loose down there.
Got a great run going right. Oh!
It's into him.
He didn't mean to do that, I don't think. I think it looked like Stewart came down the racetrack just a touch.
Just a little.
Up off the corner, but tough break for Stewart Friesen. Nobody wanted to see that.
Well, Friesen did something very similar to Christian Eckes. Got in the back end of Eckes and ended Eckes' night. And now Johnny Sauter has gotten into the back of Friesen. And Friesen has suffered significant damage. Johnny will certainly end his chances of winning tonight.
Yeah, Johnny had a real good run coming off turn number 2. They were going to be dead even going down the backstretch. And I'm not sure. It sure seemed like that Stewart kind of maybe.
No, can't really see anything from that view.
From that angle, it sure didn't look like he came down the hill at all.
No. It's Johnny. Stewart didn't go all the way up to the wall. I think that was probably.
That's what I think I saw initially, that he wasn't all the way up against the wall, but he definitely did not come down and turn into Johnny.
Looking back at it from Todd Gilliland's on board.
I think Johnny had such a run going.
The left rear lug nut actually fall off. The 98 had to turn around, back up. Got a truck in the wall, but 98 has also been struggling on pit road. Caution is out again.
And that is Justin Fontaine, and not only has Fontaine gone, but he's collected the 20 of Tate Fogelman.
Yeah, I think it looked like he blew an engine or blew something happened to his engine getting down to turn number 1. You see him moving around. The fluid, the caution was out for the fluid, but I think it got under the rear tires of Justin Fontaine, and I don't think Tate Fogelman had absolutely. I think he got in the fluid, and nothing he could do about it.
So John Hunter Nemechek takes it to the garage.
Was it an engine issue maybe with the 8? That was Austin Hill also in the 0-2 getting that fluid as well.
So John Hunter Nemechek, who was running second at the time, engine expires. Fluid on the track. Fontaine gets into it, loses control in that 45, and the 20 of Tate Fogelman hard into that driver's side area of Justin Fontaine. Boy, that was a big hit.
A hard hit.
Yeah, thank goodness for the rules and the safety regulations that NASCAR implements for these vehicles.
Ben took advantage of it. Can he slide job? No, he pushes him up.
It's all
makes
about
the pass.
Isn't it all about just kind of putting your fellow competitor in a bad situation so you can take advantage of them?
That's what it seems like right now. Brett Moffitt wants to get that 41 of Ben Rhodes up. Ooh, they get together. Brett is around.
And Rhodes into the wall as well, but Moffitt certainly getting the worst of it.
A lot of damage to the back of that Ison Toyota for Brett Moffitt. I think it was all about battling for position. Didn't want to have to be too high up there. Brett wanted to try to squeeze him down a little bit, squeeze Ben down a little bit so he wasn't too high.
Doesn't look to be significant damage on the 41, but he definitely.
Yeah, I think Ben started turning off in the corner, and Brett was still going straight, and he turned down into Brett's right front, which turned the front of Brett's car down, or truck down, and it just turned him sideways.
Yeah, I think they were fighting for real estate for sure. Yeah. Nobody wanted to be up in the slippery stuff, because it's still slippery up there, it looks like. I thought Brett was going to be able to save it there for a moment.
So Moffitt coming to pit road to address that damage on the back end, and Hermes there to go green and racing.
What a restart by Justin Haley.
Wow. Can Haley close the door from the outside? He just drove it in too deep, and he recovers. Gregson gets caught up behind the 4 of Gilliland, and it's going to be Haley to the front.
I thought he was out of the picture when he went wide hard in the corner.
And the caution is out. Justin here on the restart. Watch this.
That big bump right there, and then again, bam.
He sent him down in the corner a little bit too hard, but then Noah Gragson got in to Todd Gilliland.
Teammates Gragson and Gilliland.
Todd gave him a shot just as he turning off into the corner, and I don't know how Justin Haley didn't slide up and get in the wall.
Surely we don't have more issues for Ben Rhodes here in the 41 truck.
On the outside, Sauter inside.
Johnny got a good restart. Can he clear him into the corner?
Oh, Sauter got a little bump from the back end as Moffitt now is going to go around. The green stays out. Haley in the lead. Todd Gilliland has slipped into the second position. Both seeking their first career wins, and here comes Johnny Sauter trying to fight back. The white flag will wave for Justin Haley.
Brett Moffitt got a little too aggressive on the back of Johnny, and that's what cost him to go around.
19 years old from Winamac, Indiana. Half a lap to go for Justin Haley. His crew chief said we'd have to get ultra aggressive to win the race. And he executed the restart perfectly. And Justin Haley, for the first time in his career, is a Truck Series winner. He does it at Gateway. The yellow lights flashing on the fence, alerting the drivers that there is caution. You're talking about Friesen leading so many laps this season as the zero of Greg Rail has gotten into the wall. Friesen has led more laps in his career than...
You know, Phil, we've seen...
And the one of Cody McMahon has suffered damage. And meanwhile, Grant, keep an eye on that and further updates from pit road when necessary.
Well, there's a swarm of trucks. Oh, caution flag is out.
And that's the 54 of Natalie Decker.
And it's hard to say what happened. We'll see here.
The upper right portion of your screen, and you'll see the 97 and 22, and determine the outcome of this one. Here's what brought out the yellow.
Yeah, we see Harrison. He got in a little wide, and Sheldon was right down on him. Got a little loose. They got together.
And Sheldon got into his right rear quarter panel, and that actually
turned him up.
Actually straightened his truck out. But unfortunately, Sheldon was there. Watch, see his truck now actually go to the right after that contact into the right rear quarter panel. Meanwhile, the 46 of Chandler Smith says
that 51 got up behind Ross.
Lap remaining. Just what Chastain needed. He needed Gilliland to come up and delay Eckes and take the position, and he's done it. And now Friesen into the back end of Eckes is going to spin Christian Eckes. The final lap of the race.
I'm generally, oh, here it is. Yeah, we got wrecked by the 52 again. So, man, it's unfortunate. You know, these Sirius XM guys work too hard for this, and you know, I got a few more, and I'm really looking forward to getting back with Rudy. And you know, we had a great run tonight. You know, I honestly felt like we had the best truck there at the end. I need to work on myself a little bit as far as the air.
On the other end of the spectrum, the 51, the youngster, Chandler Smith backs it in. He was having a really good stage, guys. Just backed it into the wall.
Boy, just as Allen was about to update his situation, Chandler Smith goes around and makes contact from inside the top 10. He was running 7th at the time. That brings out the caution.
And Vince, he dropped like a rock at the start of this race, falling some 10 positions, and rebounded and rallied, running inside the top 10, like you mentioned, 7th position. It's down in the corner on the bottom and got loose. That's just a lesson that's really difficult for these drivers to understand how loose they can get on the bottom. Isn't that right, Regan?
Yeah, and especially when you got a truck to your outside like he did right there, makes it even more challenging. Probably just overdrove that corner just a little bit too.
Yeah, boy, I think maybe
could have been
a tire go down there. Maybe.
Flat right front, maybe.
Almost got to believe that's definitely what it was. As straight as that truck went right there, that's usually the sign of the right front. Definitely not doing what you want it to do.
And you see there 201. Well, you saw it during the commercial break as we were side by side, and the troubles for Austin Wayne Self in that 22 truck. He and Carson Hocevar tangling, and Self getting the worst of it.
And I think Self went looking for Hocevar under the caution.
And Sheldon Creed. Meanwhile, a good battle for second as Hill still pressures Moffitt.
These guys have been dicing it up, side drafting each other the whole way down the back straightaway last time, and just not quite enough for either one of them.
Hill is going to pressure Moffitt to the finish, but no one will pressure Sheldon Creed. For the third time this season, Sheldon Creed is the winner. Victorious at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
The playoffs, and then some part failure, probably an O-ring or something, some $5 piece takes away your shot right away at the championship run. But we'll see if they can bounce back. We got a restart, and we've got our GMS trucks on the front row battling down into turn 1.
26 laps to go here in stage 1. Zane Smith on the inside, and that white truck to 2, and the orange is Sheldon Creed. Smith gets the better of this restart.
And the teams will all make note of that, Vince. We saw Creed take the top, thinking that would be the fast way down into turn 1, but Zane Smith powered to the bottom, took the lead away, so the spotters will say, okay, that's what happened on that restart. What do we do next time?
Exactly. It's always awesome. Oh, he's pushing him all the way down into the fuzz down there. 4 wide, 3 wide now. And Nemechek is still struggling to get going on these restarts.
Yeah, that was Derek Kraus that got run all the way down to the wall on the inside. Now Kraus is trying to recover.
Man, Kraus made a great move, got sideways and lost all that momentum and ground that he'd made up. That was really aggressive by Nemechek, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Squeezing down.
Good look at Haley Deegan in the 1, trailing that yellow number 9 of Grant Infinger, champion power truck. Running that 9 again this week. Been a good season for Infinger, splitting rides between the 9 and 98. Now watch Nemechek block the 19 of Kraus.
He's just pushing him down there. That's like an open wheel move where you use all the racetrack and try to use the inside wall as a defense mechanism. Right now, I'm just seeing Nemechek struggling to get going on these restarts, not getting the right amount of heat in the tires. And all these guys just back and forth.
Tanner Gray was in a bind there, loose down to the corner. Look at him, 3 wide again. Kraus is on the bottom. Will he go to the fuzz again?
Caution is out, and the 0-4 involved in that as Corey Roper. We saw the 3 of Jordan Anderson right there with him. And caution for the second time here in stage 1.
I think that caution saved the caution that might have happened down at turns 1 and 2, because it was 3 wide going down into 1. It's like a road course corner. Nobody was going to give up down there.
We've seen some great racing. These guys really, really being aggressive early on. You see Nemechek sideways, and in the back, around goes the 0-4.
Jordan Anderson had to make an evasive move there up top to avoid the 0-4. Close call there for the 3 truck. Anderson carrying the Bommarito logo, and of course Bommarito Automotive so big here in the St. Louis area. Big night for the 3 team. Coming back, stay with us.
But man, this is what it's all about. Those guys have put themselves in position, and these top 4, Friesen's in the mix, Majeski, but those top 4, they're going to be racing elbows out. That's what I learned in the pre-race, is that everybody sharpen up their elbows. It's time to use them.
It's going to get good here.
Now that 52 of Friesen has had one of his better races of the season tonight as well. Creed and Rhodes on the front row, the final stage underway at Gateway.
John Hunter Nemechek's got to put a block on Majeski. He's able to hold him off, but that's going to take away his offensive ability to make any kind of moves.
Crafton slipped there too. Looked like maybe he could get. He did get on the outside of the 99. That's what he's been looking to do.
And he did it. He's clear.
Got the position. Second for Matt Crafton. Third is Rhodes. The 4 of Nemechek is fourth, and a little bit of contact between Nemechek and Rhodes.
Nemechek said, I'm ready to roll. Didn't quite get in there, though.
And then stacked him up behind him. Look at that.
And Friesen, that's a problem. Ankrum, Gilliland involved.
Something's wrong with the 4 truck, too.
Yes, absolutely. The 4 had a problem, and when trucks jumped out to avoid the contact, big collision. The 66 of Majeski. Oh, what a shame. He's had such a good night tonight.
Yes, he has. There's
another playoff driver, Austin Hill, with a problem. Heavy damage.
Todd Gilliland, a lot of damage as well. Jake Griffin in the 45.
Man, that took out a lot of quality trucks.
Another playoff driver, Todd Gilliland. Boy, it has been a tough night on the playoff guys.
Man, that left front's not going to hold much air much longer. But man, the whole thing got stacked up off of 4. But then halfway down the front straightaway, it looked like the 4 truck popped out of gear. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of investigating that we've got to do to get to the bottom of this.
Ankrum, heavy damage. Well, the only good news, I guess, if you, I know there's going to be some that are going to see this as good news, namely the guys who drive the 18 and the 21 trucks.
Well,
Chandler Smith and Zane Smith.
Add Carson Hocevar to that list, too.
Yeah.
We know what a mighty struggle it's been, and he's just kept his nose clean, and now he's seeing some of his contenders, Regan, have some issues like the 4 of John Hunter.
Well, Michael, you mentioned the issues. He came off at turn 4, and the truck actually shut off on him. He said he was at full throttle. All of a sudden, it went to 0 RPM. He cycled the power on that truck, was able to get it to come right back on. Obviously, though, we see the carnage that happened behind him because of that. Still scratching their head just a little bit as to what took place there.
And heavy damage to the back end of that 4 truck as well. Could have been worse, though. He's fortunate that it was no worse than that. As there's Ankrum out of the truck.
This is John Hunter getting in the back of Ben Rhodes. It looks like no problem yet. And then down the front, right there.
Yeah, right there.
And that's why Ankrum got turned. I think Gilliland was right on the back of Ankrum, wouldn't you say? And when he let off to not keep from running over the 4 truck of Nemechek, that started this mess.
Yeah, and it's nobody's fault. I mean, it's the whole accordion effect, but man, nobody's expecting a truck to just die in the middle of the straightaway. Wow, and there was something else way back as well. About 10 trucks back.
A couple of those trucks. Nice job by Grant Enfinger slipping through that.
Crazy, that's real speed.
Sauter also right in the middle of the mess and was able to get through it.
On board with Chandler Smith.
He saw it get big. Got hit from behind and turned into the outside fence. Crazy. He was 40
on the 42.
He has done a nice job, Vince. Really frustrated when we interviewed him earlier about his truck. Got involved in the crash. He's currently in the 12th position on the lead lap. So, you know, as frustrating as Gilliland was, you know, he'll look at the point standings. He's going to look at the results of this race, and he'll be encouraged. He'll say, okay, you know, I'm not the only guy that had problems. I'm still in a good spot to make it to the next round.
Yeah, anytime you're standing there giving an interview and there's still a race going on, you think the world's ending. And then you get back to North Carolina or wherever the race shop is, and you look at the points and you go, all right, okay, we're still in this. And it's just like Hocevar right now. I mean, he was down on himself and the team as tight as they were, and the handling was off, but they've got a Band-Aid on their truck, and they might bring it home 12th.
Matt Crafton still reading the back Bombardier sign on that 99 truck as he's done most all night.
He's going to close his eyelids and see Bombardier.
There's Hocevar trying to get around the 15, and the round goes.
You jinxed it, Vince.
Oh, and that's going to be the caution that.
Wait, if he gets it going.
Crafton.
If he gets it going.
Oh, they're going to keep it.
No, that's caution.
I was going to say he spun, he hit the wall. You got to throw caution on that.
Look at that frustration.
Look at this. Jeff Stankiewicz can't believe it.
We may as well throw in a green-white checker tonight, just because.
Yes,
right.
I agree.
Just what Rhodes and Crafton, Friesen, they all needed it if they were going to have a shot.
Isn't that great? He doesn't even have to say any words, and we know what he's thinking.
Penny for your thoughts, Jeff Stankiewicz.
He's just like, no way that just happened.
Stoic. Handling like a champ right now. Mikey, weren't you saying something off air that we might end up interviewing the winner?
Yeah, on Fox and Friends.
In the morning.
just
a couple hours.
A little while, Vince. You can tune in to Fox and Friends in the morning, and we'll see you see Sheldon Creed there. But before we do that, this baby isn't over yet. We've got to restart, and we've seen a little bit of everything. And I think something was going wrong with the 15. Of Tanner Gray. He got loose.
Yep, and he was trying to pull to the inside and get out of the way, and then go where the other guy's not for Crafton. And then Friesen fills in that gap. And then it should just kind of split.
So how about Rhodes, the second one in line? He chose the outside, and Crafton, third in line, went to the inside.
I would have done what Crafton did, but I think that all has to do with what Kurt just explained, the percentage level of grip in these tires and what these teams have instructed their drivers to do. I'm surprised Ben went to the top. Are you, Kurt?
Not necessarily, because the goal is to be with the most momentum off of turn 2. It's not necessarily how you drive down into 1. It's how you keep your momentum off of 2 with these old tires. And that way you can try to get in front. But let's go down to Regan. He's got some pit crew action as far as their choice.
Well, Kurt, just to add to what you guys are talking about, Ben Rhodes has been complaining about for the last 10 laps that truck being on the splitter too hard. I think that played a factor in him taking the outside lane. Didn't want to be on the bottom if it gets on that splitter when he charges down into turn 1.
Yep, it would get on the splitter and it would shove the truck straight right up into the outer groove to the other truck. So there's all kinds of plays going on here, and then we might even see the accordion effect before they even get to the start-finish line.
Well, and you heard Rich Lucius, the crew chief, say, have a good finish here. Keep big picture in mind. Want to win the race, but Rhodes and Crafton, Creed, they've all had great races tonight. You don't want to wad it up now in overtime.
Oh, this was a slow restart.
Crafton did a nice job on the bottom.
Good. They got
overtime for the win and the playoff opener. Creed getting the jump on the outside. Crafton slips into that second spot. Rhodes in third.
You picked it, Mikey. Crafton picked up second.
Yes, sir. Nice job by the veteran Crafton. Now can he get to the back tailgate of the 2 truck of Creed? Creed's so strong, he drives away.
Creed has had the fastest truck all night, and he starts to gap Matt Crafton a little bit. Give himself a bit of a cushion. The white flag is out. The next flag will end it. Caution or checkers.
Haley Deegan in a tight battle back there with Jack Wood.
Not exactly sure what would cause that, as we got trouble on the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's the 17 of Taylor Gray going around and some contact into the wall. He was running just inside the top 10 after that terrific qualifying effort. Raja Caruth involved in that as well.
You have to wonder if Raja might have gotten hit from the back when he slowed down, because he comes sliding past that mess in there. Gray tried to close the hole. That was a little aggressive on the 66 part.
Yeah, that's that turn 3. Like, you can try to back your corner up a little bit, and then, yeah, Jeske was throwing it in there, and maybe this camera will help us. Oh, he just...
Yeah, Raja just had, he was coming around the high side and had to loop it, and fortunately did not draw contact from any other trucks or get into the wall.
Riding on board with Hocevar. Yeah, just keep her low. Grab a gear.
I mean, that could have ruined his day right there. I mean, if he wouldn't have navigated that successfully. Well, a tough break indeed for the 7.
This battle for the lead, this is way more intense and way more
a little contact, maybe,
than I thought we would see out of 2 tires versus 4.
And he's going to be able to get. I would hop back in line right now and just get second.
No, he's pushing. He should be pushing way harder on that side draft.
I don't like this.
That's gonna be a little sketchy here in 3 and 4.
Wow, what a race by Grant Enfinger.
He is wheeling it. And now you got to get in there. You got to side draft him, bud. You got to side draft him. Not slide job, side draft.
That's what I was
just saying.
And around he goes.
Come on.
And Chandler Smith going with him.
Hold the brake. Still coming inside.
Mikey, you were holding your breath all the way down the straightaway. You literally saw that one coming.
Yeah, he should have pulled in behind the leader off turn 2 when he had a chance. Just maintain what he had. That wasn't a good decision there by Grant.
No, you got to sometimes push your chips in and go, all right, I got 2 tires. We're way ahead of where we were running. And now you've got huge damage that it's going to be way too much to overcome. But he's not side drafting him right here to try to hold position. And they both drive down in there. And this is a product of the St. Louis track. It's just the way this place races. It's very loose on entry.
There was nothing Chandler Smith did wrong.
Nothing.
He didn't try to chop him down. He gave him plenty of room. And you can see Grant's just up the hill and out of control.
Well, it's got to be particularly disappointing for that 18 group, Chandler Smith and crew chief Danny Stockman. They believed they had a truck to win here today, and now he's got damage. 2 of the top 3 to win stage 1 involved in accidents here in stage 2.
I love it too.
44 of Chris Wright bringing out the caution.
After the 33, there's a gap.
There you go. Go to the bank, First National Bank, to get a loan on that thing.
3 of Jordan Anderson in the 44 of Chris Wright. I don't know if they actually had contact or.
And again, that's that turn 3 region where things start up as far as that loose on entry. And if you're on the inside, it's
look at this.
Tougher.
3 or 4 laps before that incident, you had Tyler Ankrum.
Okay.
A little nudge there, and Chris Wright trying to get it, arms wrapped around it.
And there goes Jordan Anderson. He was right around right when that happened.
So heavy damage to the 44 of Chris Wright. Or Carson Hocevar, at least at this point, doesn't seem to be working out. But remember, and he's going around Crafton. Matt Crafton got into the 42 of Hocevar. Running back in the 11th spot, and the caution is out.
Why do I keep getting crashed?
Yeah, he did around, but he needs a caution. He needs tires.
And Mike Hocevar's got those tires because he came and got fuel only, so he can put on a fresh set right here. And others that can't make it to the end because of fuel, they've got to pit and get more gas, right?
This could be huge for Carson Hocevar, getting bumped out of the way by Crafton. And just hanging onto his truck, not getting in the wall, coming down the pit road, get you 4 fresh tires. He's going to have 10, 15 laps fresher tires.
Yeah, this could be a huge window of opportunity for those guys. It's just funny. Like, anytime a truck, I'm in a wreck or I have damage, I always ask the crew chief, does the TV panel look fine? Does the back bumper look fine? Because if it's all wrinkled up like that, really, Zane, he was 2 laps down, and now he's back on the lead lap.
Man, just gets loose. Running in the 16th position.
That was a weird getting loose. With the arrow being okay on the right side, but maybe his truck was just handling that way, and maybe spike the brake. Sometimes you can spike the brake at the apex of corners that are this tight and get the rear to kind of steer for you.
Would that have been a chance maybe that he downshifted right when that happened as well?
Very good observation. Yes, that is right where you'd be downshifting.
Schedule for ThorSport gets the full-time chance this season, and the caution is out. Oh, Christian Eckes didn't want that.
Are you kidding me? This is that just happened?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And Tanner Gray comes to pit road after bringing out the caution. Wow.
Man, he was up in the top 5. Another one of those guys that was having a great run, made some contact with another truck, damaged his right side, and I'm sure the right front went down there after that damage.
Just when you were getting ready to go out and mow the grass.
The outside, Corey Heim on the inside.
Wow, look at there. KBM, they're pushing each other.
Oh, nearly wrecked each other.
Technically, they're clear. And the 51.
Here comes Chandler Smith.
I was going to say, look at that. That's awesome.
The restart under review, we're told by NASCAR, as Eckes is trying to get around Smith. Smith trying to put the block on. Not going to work for now. Eckes secures second.
And look who's in fourth.
Friesen's back.
He's back.
I mean, that could be where the KBM trucks jumped on the bottom, but it'd be interesting to see what they make as far as the call. Eckes probably took off first, and then the KBM trucks pounced.
Corey Heim with the lead, the white flag. The next flag would end it.
Got to crash in 2.
Eckes down the backstretch, and they have crashed in turn 2, and that will bring out the caution, and that will mean that Corey Heim is the winner. The restart deemed good by NASCAR, and the finish great for Corey Heim.
You know where all of that came from for Heim? It was the decision on Kraus to pick in 4th spot instead of the front row. Went against what you were talking about, Mikey. That yellow, here's the final yellow.
Kraus gets into Hocevar, it looked like. And watch this contact.
Oh, man.
That's as hard as it gets.
That was big.
Man,
I'm so glad to see Tyler Hill and also Carson Hocevar get out of their trucks. The 19-year-old from Georgia.
Toe link on Denny Hamlin after contact from Ross Chastain in turn 1.
Big time contact.
Here's a look at it.
Ross has been all over the back of Denny, and he finally just runs into him.
He definitely moved him. Probably frustration. He was door to door with him a lot of times, got under him several times, could not make the pass. He finally made the pass. That's not going to be, Denny is not going to be happy about that.
Jamie.
And also,
he got wrecked.
Oh no, Ryan
Blaney,
Blaney, left rear tire. And caution waves at lap 95.
He's one of the cars that pitted on lap 66
and got 2 tires.
Left rear tire, you see Ryan Blaney go around.
Does a nice job hanging on to it best he could. Long slide, but minimal contact.
So this a result of, wow, they're all over the place.
He just, around goes the 9, Chase Elliott. Just had talked about how he got back in this race.
I was just going to say, it amazes me that they can go through their 4 wide like that.
They were 3 wide. Just got into the left rear quarter panel, turning around.
Oh, Harrison Burton slides into Chase.
Bubba Wallace spun, but no contact.
Minimal damage to any of the cars, right, Mike? Look at that.
Let's hope.
Squeeze play.
It was a squeeze. And now I'm going to say aggressive. Everybody's being aggressive, but definitely run out of real estate. And that's the way I saw it.
I mean, what was he doing? He ran me over getting into 3 and then runs me over again. Just like a can opener.
That was Chase Elliott and spotter Eddie DeHunt. Let's ride with Ricky Stenhouse.
Good heads up driving. Spotter telling him, go up, get to the bottom. Got through there. So that's the rest of the story, right? You heard Eddie DeHunt say, you know, got into us, getting into 1 and then finished us off. We saw the squeeze up off of 4. But just a lot of aggression out of that one car. We've seen it all year long. Definitely seen it today.
And here it is in real time.
It's amazing there weren't more cars crashed out in that wreck, spinning sideways on the
right
narrow.
In the middle of the pack like that, you're so right. Well, Denny didn't, but oh, jeez.
What a double.
It's a double on.
A double tag team.
It's the worst case scenario. Both cars you wrecked started side by side to you.
Meanwhile, back at the lead, Michael McDowell takes off from Eric Almirola and Christopher Bell.
It ain't over, Mike.
Nope.
One still got to pass Denny.
And Denny's not giving him any room at all.
I'm going to tell you what, this is a show.
Now, there's only one solution to this. Park them both.
What are you going to do about Chase?
But look at the enjoyment we're getting.
Yeah. Tell you, man, nothing behind you guys here.
After Chase and Denny, you know, fighting over the years and having trouble, now the fans are both. I'm telling you, the one is still having trouble.
Hey, now, Chase, remember,
Denny Hamlin.
The one, if he is considered to have been damaged in that crash, he has 3 laps to make minimum speed or they'll park him.
Look at the fans. Everybody is watching this.
Take care of your nose.
That's Brandon McReynolds.
He said, push him out of your way, man.
The one spotter. He's got 3 laps to get up to minimum speed, or NASCAR will pull his scoring card, as they did last week with Bubba Wallace.
I wonder if they've mentioned that or thought of that, the team.
Jamie?
And Michael, right when you asked that question, the one team got on the radio and said, remember, we have to clear the clock here.
Well, he finally made the pass, so he can clear the clock. Look at this battle for the lead.
How about Michael McDowell? Exactly, Michael. Thank you.
Strung out down the back straight, being led by Michael McDowell.
All right, the one has met minimum speed. He is eligible to continue. So on the restart, Chase Elliott was right on Chastain's bumper, and Denny Hamlin to his inside. No friends.
Oh, my Lord.
That's why you don't poke the bear right there. And I hate to say it, but that's what happens. There's consequences to every action. And unfortunately, Ross Chastain is experiencing those consequences.
And that wasn't all. This continued for about a lap and a half.
Almost so bad that he didn't make minimum speed like you were saying. So what's some chaos, but I'm telling you, so impressive with Michael McDowell. Eric Almirola. Man, I spoke too soon on that name.
And he did not spin. He got a shot going into turn 3 from Ricky Stenhouse.
Man, we've seen some.
I know what that was. Denny saw that firsthand, saw his car getting wrecked and didn't like it. Now watch Denny Hamlin come up here, show the displeasure.
Caution's out.
Just flat got run over. That's the 3rd time we've seen it. Frustrations. Hard to pass here today.
I meant without contact into the wall. Oh. Just trying to. Oh, and look how close.
BJ McLeod. So I saw this off of 4 a couple laps. He's running really high on the racetrack, and the car would take off and get tight on him.
Well, that was not a flat tire.
I don't think so.
Nope.
I think it just.
That was.
I think it was pushing, you know, tight, snap loose on him and come around.
That was flat on.
Came a slower pit stop. They've been freeing him up all day, but he's keeping it in the game. 6th right now.
6th and up 10 since the restart. Oh, Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, that's been.
Hold on to there. Keep digging. There's the caution. Caution's out.
All right, Larry.
You sure you put everything up, Larry?
Could you drag it back over here, please? I might like to have.
You know what? My battery's dead. I can't hear you.
Clearing it back. Got into the wall.
That broke his rear end.
I'm wondering if it was broke before the way that thing shot up, it may have been broke even before that. You see it right there. Really fought it loose in the middle. Man, that was a hard contact.
Yep.
If it wasn't broke before, it certainly was after that.
Hold on to there. Keep digging. There's the caution. Caution's out.
Tyler Reddick will get the free pass. and be back on the lead lap? Yeah. Well, as Larry was saying, given the number of Cole Custer will bring out the 9th caution flag of the day.
Pretty good damage there.
He was running 20th. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was too close.
Had some help there, didn't he, Mikey?
Took responsibility.
Well, that's certainly, you know, the right thing to do.
Yep.
You know, it's such a dangerous thing.
Well, there's no way anybody's going to purposely run into a guy, and certainly Denny didn't mean to do that.
Was that Todd Gilliland?
Yeah, I think high line is the weakness of the 18. How about this caution? 4-car in the wall off of 3. Well, there's your stat there, Larry.
Yeah, I'm okay. Brake rotor blew out or something.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that's going to be a hard hit.
Kevin Harvick was 13th.
Let me tell you what went wrong.
One of the left side tires locked up early. You could see the black marks on the pavement, and the car shot to the wall.
Right side, a flat shot like that is always your hardest hits. Yeah, you saw it rotor. I think it was a right front, actually. It had the left front locked up. I think it blew the tire out, too, when it went away.
Well, let's ride with Kevin.
There it is.
Oh, easy. And hold the brakes, stay high here.
Sounds violent.
It is violent. I'm going to see the right front.
Look at the right front here.
I don't know if the tire went, you know,
it was smoke, like the rotor blew up, like Kevin said. You heard it popping in there.
Watch the right front.
See the smoke?
Yeah.
Right there?
Yeah. Yeah, the right front. It was, I think it was the rotor. He was right.
What about Larson? Heads up driving there to make sure he didn't slide up into that mess.
Big hit, guys. And whoa, what
a couple of cars take the opportunity to pit.
Mike,
speaking of opportunity,
are we going NASCAR overtime?
Yes, we are.
Don't you love that?
Well, no.
What?
I mean, yes, it's exciting. It's a thrilling way to finish the race when you have a late caution. I like it.
1 lap to go. The race is official.
Logano well out front of Kyle Busch. The race is for 3rd. Kurt Busch and Blaney.
Behind them, Ross Chastain 3 wide. Nobody surprised.
How about that restart? You knew it was going to be wild. Joey Logano. Those two were going for it. Joey did exactly what he needed to do.
Off turn 4, Joey Logano.
Yeah. Nice job, dude.
The Penske Ford Mustang, a winner in St. Louis.
Louisiana, baby! Let's go! Yeah!
3. Stuart Friesen down on the bottom in that red 52 truck.
Caution out, lap number 1. Wait and see what the caution is for. There it is right there. The 32. That's Brett Holmes.
And there's the 95 of Clay Greenfield as well. Big damage to Clay's truck.
Brand new team.
First time. We just got barely rolling here. And what happened, boys?
Yeah, look at the very top of your screen. We talked about Brett Holmes starting back on the 25th spot. You're going to see Clay Greenfield make hard contact with the inside safer barrier. And obviously said on the radio, Heather reported that it wouldn't restart. He felt like there's
to the inside there, but look behind him.
See, Norm doesn't really stay next to the bottom. Obviously, Brett Holmes is going to try to get by on the inside. The 0-2 of Chris Hacker runs in the back of Jack Wood and turns him into the inside wall.
Yeah, Hacker got a hold of Wood and just didn't let go. But Norm was up the hill, you're right. Just, ooh, and he clipped Norm too as he went by. See what Hacker saw from his.
And maybe listen to his throttle as well. Because as you mentioned, he got against the 51 of Jack Wood and never turned him loose. I think just a misjudgment by Chris Hacker, and then I think, you know, once it turned Jack sideways, then he couldn't stay off him for sure.
You heard him, you know, pedaling the throttle. I think he only went 3 laps this year until today. Oh, trouble!
66 goes around. That's Connor Jones. At a Thor Sport truck, he's a part-time racer making just his 3rd start in the Craftsman Truck Series. He was running 16th at the time of that incident.
Yeah, we're so close to the end of the stage. That'll end the stage.
You can see damage on the right front there. Has every look of some contact. Sent him around.
Take a look and see what happened. Can we just mention just what these teams have done? Thor Sport, Tricon Garage, both running 5 trucks apiece.
That's him on the inside right here.
Oh,
just a late move down to the bottom underneath Matt DiBenedetto, and just got squeezed a little bit and ran out of room, got into Matt a little bit.
Yeah, that was a mistake, a late dive, as you said, Phil.
I mean, that's a deal where Matt DiBenedetto's spotter is going to, you know, doesn't really hardly even have time to say inside, and he wasn't even really looking inside. You know, if you fan out a little bit, the spotter may be able to tell Matt, hey, side.
Great battle up front. There's battles all over the racetrack on the side. Hailie Deegan gets a shove. She'll bring out the caution as she slams the outside wall in turn 3.
The brake, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The 2.
Yeah, it looked like Nick Sanchez got into the back of Hailie. And really a vulnerable position too. Maximum speed right as you're entering the corner. Nick there with a 2 truck. Right there was just a little bit of touch on the right rear corner, it looked like.
Yeah, that totally avoidable. I don't know if she didn't drive in as far as he thought she might, but you can't just run over someone.
Wow,
watch
Nick
this hit here.
Sanchez.
That's just
all 4 tires up off the ground.
Remember, we saw speeds upward of 165 miles an hour down into the corner. Good to see Hailie walk away.
Hailie Deegan with a new team this year, trying to get more consistent. They've had some really good runs.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't on her there.
AMR safety team was quick to Deegan as she'll go to the infield care center.
See what we can see from Chris Hacker. Probably going to see how vicious of a hit this is.
Certainly hear it from 2 trucks away.
Just hate it for Hailie and her team. Rich Lushes and all his guys. Just watch the violence of this hit right here.
Those safer barriers. We talk about the safeties of these trucks and the cup cars and what NASCAR has done. The biggest safety innovation in my mind as a guy that has hit concrete walls. Heck, I even broke a gate once. The fact that those road first gear 4,300.
Oh,
how about that timing?
Around. The caution comes out just before Grant Enfinger was about to pit.
Now they say, stay out, Grant, stay out.
Save all you got, save all you got. Can't get that truck to fire. Let's see what happened.
Oh, the 33 of
Josh Reaume
just never quite turned into the corner.
And around went Morgan and Morgan.
Yeah.
Both Morgans. Is that one Morgan on one side and the other Morgan on the other?
Said my lawyer is Morgan & Morgan on the back of that truck.
Well, Josh Raheem may be getting a call. I'll tell you that. He just slides up into a little bit of contact there. Just slid up the hill. Yeah. Clip Chase Purdy and clip the 02 of Hacker. And there's a lot of drivers that did not want to see that caution, but Grant Enfinger isn't one of them. That was very timely.
Everybody that pitted on lap 58, they all were coming to pit road pretty soon. It's really going to hurt Ankrum, who already made his green flag pit stop. And a lot of drivers did some really nice work getting around him because he's right smack in the middle of the racetrack.
Including Zane Smith, who is back there in fuel conservation mode.
And I'm telling you, you cannot see through that.
Impressed with what Carson Hocevar has been able to do. Bailey Curry goes around. That brings out the caution for the 9th time.
Just a little more insurance for Zane Smith in his fuel situation.
Saw a truck on the inside there.
Don't know if there was contact or maybe Bailey just got a little bit loose up off the corner.
Couldn't really tell. But
I think he kept it out of the wall, though.
I do too, and that's all you can hope for in that moment.
Problem is right now, if he has flat spotted tires, he will have to put older tires on.
Uh-oh, let's do it all again. What do you say?
And there's smoke. Caution is out. 10th time here at St. Louis.
Zane. See a side-by-side battle right in the middle of your screen.
Yeah. Slid up, made contact.
With Matt Mills in the 20 truck. Timmy Hill did a nice job getting stopped.
On board the Morgan & Morgan camera.
He sees the spinning truck ahead of him. Tucks it down to the bottom.
Jody Breitinger did a nice job as well getting stopped. She's doing a credible job running 25th right now. Only 1 lap down.
Yeah, just a lap off the pace. Tyler Ankrum, remember he pitted under green when everybody else was able to off turn 2.
We know how good that 98 truck's been all day. Look at Enfinger was going to make it 3 wide.
Oh, they both wreck. Ty Majeski gets into Zane Smith. Caution comes out. New leader, Grant Enfinger.
And Christian Eckes up to 2nd.
What a turn of events here with 5 laps to go.
Huge mistake there by Majeski.
He figured that was his opportunity. That was maybe the one opportunity he was going to get to grab the lead. We see it happen so many times. Tremendous amount of damage to Majeski's truck.
Talked about Tim Duggar is going to be here.
That's what he looks like.
He just about threw him off. Just about threw him off that truck.
Upside down. Long how they were going to get charge harder and harder. He lost that truck way early in the corner. Maybe just got in a little too deep.
Just barely nudged Zane, but Zane couldn't do anything about it.
Look at the heavy damage to the back of the 98.
We've seen it happen time and time again, and all the drivers talk about the crews. You get down on the inside there, you're going to lose that downforce.
We saw driver after driver run down there and get a little loose, but the majority of them have done a nice job hanging on to it. Let's see what Daniel Dye sees as he's racing behind Matt Crafton.
What a great move. Got by 2 trucks there. Depends on when the caution came out. He may be able to keep those 2 positions.
Man, that's a shame.
Oh, what a beautiful truck and a fast truck. Christian Eckes hasn't led a lap yet today. He wants to change that here.
See how good a run off the corner. Grant gets a great run off the corner. He has him cleared.
Now Grant's just hoping everybody can make it back to this white flag. Look at Friesen down on the bottom of Hocevar there. Battle for 3rd. Friesen's going to grab it.
How about Purdy in 5th?
Jesse Love in 6th. Great stories throughout. White flag is in the air. Next flag will end it, whether it's caution or checkers. Grant Enfinger. Turning point was Kansas about a month ago during this 5-race stretch, and they have been on the gas. Got his first win of the season at Kansas. Momentum is a thing. Today, he's been on it, has led 64 laps. Christian Eckes doesn't want it to end, tries to push the issue. Grant Enfinger comes out of turn 4. Checkered flag in the air. Grant Enfinger wins it at Gateway.
You might have some trucks spun out off the 2 here.
You're in trouble. Back of the pack, Corey LaJoie has lost touch and around goes the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Get it rolling, let us know what you got.
Not much damage that I see.
He was 11th going into turn 1. Something wrong with LaJoie, who dropped to the back of the pack before he got to turn number 1 and is now caught up to the field under caution.
Right there up on the right hand of the screen. Looks like, I think that's Keselowski who's trying to get underneath him. Stenhouse Jr. tried to get off him, tried to stay off of him. Mikey spun himself around. No harm, no foul, though. I don't see a lot of damage.
First caution of the day comes very early.
Why we are under caution right now. Carson Hocevar filling in for Corey LaJoie, who's filling in for Chase Elliott, hits the wall. We'll be right back and try to get you back out to St. Louis.
Couple more spots.
Somebody's in the wall again. It's Reddick. I saw it right in front of those guys. Saw the smoke. I think it's the exact same situation. Now, he was a 2-tire guy here, but I think you're looking at the same exact thing. Running 7th, just like Carson Hocevar. I saw the smoke in those guys' screen there, and man, sure enough, Reddick.
Now, this caution is a break for William Byron. On the team radio, they had a concern that he might have a right front tire rub for the 24.
Maybe working his way through some of that lap traffic. I don't see anything.
Okay, here he comes down. Poof, exact same thing as Hocevar. I'm going to tell you that's a brake rotor as well.
Just a violent explosion right there. And look at him
See
hugging that wall.
Look at the shrapnel coming out from behind there.
That's so smart of those guys to hug that wall and not go up into it at an angle.
Takes me back to Pocono. A long time ago, Jimmy Johnson had the same thing happen. Spun down below. Man, it was the worst wreck I think I've ever seen. It was right in my lap.
Jamie?
Well, you see the 45 of Tyler Reddick. They just told him to bring it down into the pit box. Let's get tires on it, and then we'll take it back to the garage. But he's certainly...
Noah
Gregson.
Hard into the wall. Turn 1. Extremely hard into the wall with the right side.
Boy, that has been calamity corner today. And Gregson becomes
the left side
victim. Wow. I hit at both ends and the whole left side. He was 24th, but he's okay.
Now the left rear tire was blown out.
Yeah, he just spun around. Spun down to the low side. Hard into the wall with the driver's side of the race car. If you saw the left tire down, the way that car turned and spun out way early into the corner like that.
See all the rubber off the left rear? I don't know that there's I don't know that that's it, but they're definitely a flat left rear.
Well, it's more than flat. The axle, it looks like the axle shaft is broken. The way that left rear wheel was moving around. Now, maybe from impact.
Massive impact. Glad he's okay.
We're hearing it might have been a brake rotor again.
42 laps to go after rookie Noah Gregson's crash.
Yeah, they've taken the outside on every. Oh, got a spin. We're going to have a caution.
Christopher Bell's around.
And that's caution flag number 8.
And if you got 4 tires just then, that's what you wanted to hear. Grab a couple of spots early, get a caution.
That's back around that, first cars on 4 tires.
Bell was running in 11th place.
Oh, loose on the bottom was Cindric, and he got into Bell, and around Bell went.
Got loose once, caught it, got loose twice, and bounced off of him hard enough it turned him around. That was ahead of that four-tire conversation, but just desperation setting in, right?
But whipping right around him when this happens is Martin Truex, who gained some ground.
There's the contact from Cindric.
Yeah, I can't really see much there, but definitely I saw it hit once, hit twice, and turned him around. There it is. Austin Dillon into, oh, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s in the wall.
And the caution waves for the 10th time today.
Intensity. Dive bombs. That's all a part of the end of these races.
And no surprise, that racing from mid-pack on back.
He got clipped to the right rear.
Cindric
turned him right up into Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Desperation setting in, 3 wide. You're seeing it all over the place, all the way through the pack.
And you said it, darn for Ricky. I mean,
yeah,
another great run for him, and
it's over. They were all battling for 12th place.
You see, they got a run on him on the inside.
Ooh. And he had plenty of room to the right, just trying to squeeze in there.
That's too bad.
William Byron.
That's a DNF for him. That right front's broke all the way through the top 5. Oh, Bubba Wallace in a wall. Turns 1 and 2. Can this possibly be another brake rotor issue?
Wallace was 11th. He was in that battle right behind Byron there at the moment, and this will be the 11th caution flag. And it comes with...
It looks like the same thing, guys. See it start wobbling. See the brake rotor pieces and parts flying across the racetrack. Same exact thing. He learned his lesson. He watched all of those replays. Turned that wheel to the outside. Got in the...
Kyle Busch well out front. The fight's for second.
Logano looking to the inside of Larson.
And last year's winner is going to get there.
Samantha, it's official, so all he's got to do is bring it around here. Battle right there for third.
Logano inside Larson, but off turn 4. Kyle Busch will get his 63rd career victory in the NASCAR Cup Series.
How about little Brexton in there?
How about that home game for the crew chief?
Series debut. That's Luke Fenhaus in the 66. Getting racing back there. Can he save it?
Nope. That's
Luke Fenhaus.
Lock it down. That's what we see so many times, Joey. We talked about it. That truck on the bottom is going to lose that downforce.
And we talked about it a little bit during the rain delay for us, as you guys weren't listening to us because we were sitting up here bored. But
a little bit lower. He tried to get back up in position, but he had a bad angle getting down in the corner.
Bad angle, touches the curb a little bit, has to woe that truck up, and just too much happening.
Yeah, this might be a great opportunity for Tanner Gray. We talked about him going to the rear. That's him right there in the 15 truck, right in front of the spin by Luke Fenhaus. It may be a great opportunity for him to employ a little strategy, come in and know that he has enough fuel to get to the end of the second stage.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I know. There's been a lot of racing and a lot of action since all of that.
Well, he's going to have to run as the caution's out. There's the right front tire, most likely that blew out.
That's
Colby Howard.
I think most of us saw that coming.
Yeah, you can see that coming. And back to the race, this is not what Tanner hurt there. A lot of debris flying.
And there it goes.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
And nothing he could do about it once that tire goes down. He really is just along for the ride.
And those hits, man, right fronts go down. There's, like you said, Phil, no control. Nothing you can do as a driver. You can't slow down. You can't steer. You're along from that difference. But that was the gamble they were willing to take. Oh,
trouble. Continue. There's the caution. Vicente Salas into the wall. The caution comes out for the 5th time. Tanner Gray on pit road.
If I'm Tanner Gray, I just roll down pit road. Don't bother stopping in my pit.
You just got loose underneath the 88 there, off 2.
See him on the inside of Matt Crafton. Just right in front of Corey Heim. Look at the job Corey Heim does to avoid him.
Oh, this ought to be good. Let's ride on board with Corey Heim. Looking to the inside and then whoop.
Corey thought for a moment about going to the inside. Then he said, well, the 91's going that direction. Let me shift gears and go to the outside. Great job by Corey Hine.
Sat and watched it, and I think with those two drivers in front.
Green flag. The Enjoy Illinois 300 is underway, and McDowell gets a good jump.
You see him slipping and sliding around back there.
Oh,
whoa, hold on to it, Brad.
Big slide for Keselowski.
Did he get help?
It looked like it.
Two cars at the back of the field have gotten together and spun.
Caution's out.
John Hunter Nemechek. Cody Ware, and we're under caution at lap 3. Into the restart zone. The engines come to full song, and the green flag waves again.
Christopher Bell got a much better jump alongside McDowell.
It's
Can
just
he take the lead here off the 2?
It's so hard to complete that pass when you can't go all the way up the racetrack and finish your momentum down the back straightaway. And you see the outside prevail right there with Michael McDowell.
Again, action off turn number 2. Derek Kraus into Cody Ware. Ware in his second start of the season. Back to green.
You see Bell get a good entry to the middle of the corner, and he just slipped up a little in the middle of the corner, but a much better start by Michael McDowell as Bell falls right in behind him to fill that gap.
Byron 3 wide to the bottom.
Oh, he's got a big run this time.
Looking back to the inside. Look at that rear end of McDowell's car bounce. Got that thing rigid.
McDowell will give him the entry to the corner. McDowell slips just a little bit, but is going to have the drive off on the outside.
Sure is. Didn't get clear again in the center of the corner. Let the cycle begin again. Patience. Don't overdrive that corner. Squeeze him up a little bit, putting some pressure on him. I think he's going to get it.
Got him.
Got aggressive.
Christopher Bell makes the pass. Oh, that might have been a little contact.
That or he was slow on his shift right there. We saw that happen with Josh Berry, and a lot of times when you have this no lift shift scenario, if you miss the shift, the car shuts off.
Final lap, stage 1. There's the green and white checkers, and Christopher Bell now has 3 straight stage wins. Well, Stenhouse trying to overcome that penalty back on his pit stop at lap 19. We are back to green, and Kyle Busch has a chance at the lead against Todd Gilliland.
Well, that wasn't close, Mike. He fired it in there and drove right by Todd Gilliland.
Whoa, this is close.
Wide,
Too close. 9 in the wall.
Yeah.
4 wide.
4 wide, still outside.
Crossover by Cindric. You knew this was going to happen. Tires coming. Those guys are on old tires, slipping and sliding around. Go, Cat, go.
My goodness, what a mess. 3 wide all the way middle of the pack back.
No room for error there. It's also hard to keep that 20 car behind you, and that's going to be the case all day long. This 20 car is extremely fast.
But what a strategy move by Richard Childress Racing to put their 2 Chevrolets 1-2.
Play the card.
Austin Dillon.
Play the cards you dealt, baby.
Yep. Christopher Bell just took the lead from Kyle Busch down in turns 1 and 2. He worked his way to the inside of the number 8 and just had tremendous mid-corner speed. Here in St. Louis, watching Martin Truex.
Oh no, left rear tire.
In turn number 2, he slowed dramatically and has made his way around to pit road.
Is that an air pressure situation, Kevin?
It could be. I mean, you're going to want to run it as low as you can, and with the bumps and things that happen, I mean, it just you got to run it right on the edge.
And this will cycle Christopher Bell back to the lead. He's the only driver in the top 10 that has made this stop, as you can see on our pylon. That leaves 12.
Oh, got one in the wall. I don't know which one of those SHR cars. Oh, no, it's Josh Berry, Kevin. Is this a brake situation?
Yeah, I'm good.
Top of the screen.
It is. I don't know. Or is that a tire that went down?
or maybe the rotor blew the tire.
Yeah, tough to tell. I mean, the left front tire is definitely flat right there.
Right?
But that car is fugazi for the rest of the day.
21 to go when they get to the line in stage 2 as we go back to green. And Bell from the outside gets a car length on Elliott.
See that top lane again, just have that momentum down the back straightaway. Christopher Bell able to retain the lead.
Second place, great battle that's been raging on here for the last 4 or 5 laps. Austin Cindric has drawn even with Chase Elliott, but on the inside has not been able to complete the pass.
He's got the advantage with the tires, but struggling to get the pass made. Takes time, Kevin.
Finally.
Yeah, it's just so hard to finish that pass. You have to time it just right off the bottom of the corner to not snap the back out or get in the gas too soon on the other end in 3 and 4 to where the front pushes. Another battle for 5th right here on board the Hunt Brothers Pizza Camera with Joey Logano.
And Blaney looking to make a pass for 3rd on Elliott. Looking to the inside again here.
Well, stage points at stake here in the next 7 laps or so.
That's why he's going to hold strong on that outside. It's going to be a difficult pass to make. Look at them left rear tires squat down the back straightaway. Low air pressure.
Yeah, and you want to run that air as low as you can. It helps the bumps. It helps the grip.
Helps get that car lower.
4th place at stake. Oh, and Larson's in the wall.
Larson loose under Kyle Busch. Got into him. They're both in the wall. Ooh, this ain't going to be good.
And leader Christopher Bell will come to the caution flag and should see the green and white checkers.
I think Kyle Busch was frustrated with Larson. You see him way down the racetrack. Let's hear what he said.
I mean, he turned into me. Yeah, he routed you down. Total idiot.
So we will restart with 32 cars on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs in the back. He was too fast on pit road. 3 wide coming down to turn 1. Hey, watch that Briscoe.
4 wide.
Comes Cindric, turned down off that top. Blaney had to lift just a little bit.
Non-stop here from midfield on back.
Like Gilliland got in trouble getting into turn 3 and really stacked them up, man. They're 3 wide all over the place.
That's 14 cars fighting for 20th spot.
Huge run. There's Bell. Here he comes again. Way down low on the racetrack down the front stretch.
For a minute there, Chastain didn't want to let him have the bottom, but Bell was not to be denied.
Hey, I know the 20 car's coming. You see a pass. Oh, Hocevar's going to pit right here.
We've seen our leader who's in clean air. He's run 33 nines to 34 flats as we see Ryan Blaney in.
I'd say that he's going to draw them all in just because of that very fact.
Yeah, Blaney pits from 2nd place.
And that's going to force Cindric's hand. They're going to pit next time.
Christopher, like he's been saying all day, the car is good. No need for adjustments, Regan.
Tyler Reddick in the 45 car. Been battling the handle and back and forth a little bit all day long. Right now he needs to be freer, but it builds too loose on entry and exit.
Brad Keselowski takes over the lead. 7 seconds up on Justin Haley, who continues to impress.
Well, there you see it. There, the 20 car goes by. Brad Keselowski still in the lead, hasn't cycled, but you saw the first car you saw was Blaney, that 12 car. Now he's got to go run them guys down. They're talking about Christopher Bell.
Saw Chase Elliott making a stop. John Hunter Nemechek in. 31 to go.
He's rolling, Kevin.
Yeah,
that's your guy.
Well, Ryan Blaney wants him to put up Austin Cindric to put up as big a fight as possible to try to make as much time as taken away from him, but it didn't work out. He went right on by.
And you can see there's the 12 car, the next one. He's having trouble getting around Bubba Wallace, slowing him up big time. 20 is gaining on him very fast.
Here comes Brad on pit road.
Giving up the lead. Didn't work out for him.
Bell keeps grinding away on the inside, but
so hard to hit your marks if you're Ryan Blaney on that outside. I mean, just, you're flirting with disaster, Kevin. You talked about it. You jumped that cushion. Look at his right side. It's just barely in the gray. Uh-oh, he might be clear. That got too high. Got too high.
He's still going to have a big head of steam.
Stayed in it. Yes, I hear you. So far, so good. Boy, that was close.
Yep, Stevie Reeves, Christopher Bell's spotter, couldn't clear him up in front of Blaney, who comes right back on the top side. What a battle.
And Bell's doing a good job of being patient, right, and being courteous so far. But how many more laps does he have, Kevin, before it's time to get, what do you call it, dirty?
Dirty. Not yet. I don't think he's going to have to.
He's jumped cushion again. It's going to happen down here in 3 and 4. He might be clear here. Yep. Crossover move. Here it comes. It's not done yet. Now the 12 car is going to have to get dirty. Going to push him up. You're going to be at a deficit.
Lap car ahead, Suarez, who's a Chevrolet.
He's clear up.
Wow.
How about that? Now he's tight. He's going to have to lift on the exit. You see him crossing over. Look at his hands busy.
If Bell can get alongside and try to use Suarez as a pick.
It's them lappers. Suarez is vying for position. That's what I was saying. Look at that. Blocked him off. Took air off of him. That thing's going to shoot up the track.
Well,
fantastic racing out of these leaders. Good show.
That's that cat and mouse game that we talk about. He was not expecting Ryan Blaney to go to the bottom of the racetrack, and you see what it does to the front of the car.
Oh my gosh, guys! I didn't even look.
Here's Christopher Bell's radio.
I'm blowing up. I'm blowing up. Game over.
No way!
Oh my goodness.
One of the greatest battles of the season, and Christopher Bell has to pedal it to try to preserve a finish here.
Cindric isn't far behind him. You can see him in the shot. There he is.
Yeah, the 99 car has gone back around Ryan Blaney.
Got his lap.
Whoa, Blaney's out of gas. Something's wrong.
White flag, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank, and we've got a new leader.
I think he's out of gas.
I think he gets an official race, too. White flag, no caution. Austin Cindric, oh my gosh, what is happening?
That's why Suarez was able to get around Blaney. Something stumbled on the number 12.
How about this?
Austin Cindric rolls into turn number 3 after starting from the outside pole with only 1 top 10 finish this entire season. And he is going to the playoffs. Austin Cindric wins in St. Louis.
Punch the ticket, Austin Cindric.
Here's audio from Ryan Blaney as he crosses the line.
How about again? I can't believe we had gas, man.
Oh, what a heartbreaker.
Think
for the
back to
series
those
champ.
pit stops. Think back to those pit stops and how far ahead he came out of Austin Cindric.
Hi, I'm Parker Kligerman. For more access like this from Pit Road, be sure to click and subscribe to the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel.